Courtroom in the Aransas County Courthouse. And this is a regular meeting. Please stand for invocation.
Father, I stand before you as part of this body of people. Thank you for the blessings we experience living in this time, in this nation, in this state, and in this county, Father. We face major decisions as a county this coming week, the coming weeks, Father. We have a lot of county business, including finding a suitable facility for our citizens and our staff. And also, we're going to be working on a fair and just budget and tax rate. And I ask for your guidance, Father. I ask for you to help us to have cool heads prevail and the voice of reason prevail, Father. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me with the pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor and respect this flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag, one state under God, one indivisible.
Thank you. Roll call.
Commissioner Cheney,
Here.
Commissioner Casterline,
Here.
Commissioner Russo, here, Commissioner Dupnick,
Here.
Judge Garza.
We've got a full court. We've got a quorum. Before we move on, I would like to move item number 15. I'm going to move that to closed session. It is an exception, and that'll be heard in closed session. If there's any decision, we'll bring it back and make the decision open session. And then on the consent agenda, the minutes from July 22nd, I'm going to pull those and say there was a couple of errors. All right, we're going to move on to presentations and proclamations. Listen. Okay, we don't have any. All right. All right, move on to the consent agenda.
Move to approve. Second.
Got a motion, got a second.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo, Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 7.
Move to approve order number 016-2024, an order of election for November 2024.
Second.
Got a motion, got a second. Morning, Kevin.
Good morning. Do you have any questions about the order? I will mention we did choose to, or I am choosing to have 2 weeks of 7 to 12-hour days for early voting. That is
Sorry, 2 weeks of, what did you say?
12-hour days.
12-hour days.
So it is, that whole first week is going to be an extra hours beyond what's required by law. I do expect it to be a very busy election, and we do need to provide our voters with the most opportunity to vote.
Is the Aransas County Navigation District election included in our election? Will it be held at the same voting centers?
I anticipate that it will. I have had talks with them. They do intend to contract with my office to run their election.
Thank you.
Will it be on the same ballot or?
Yes.
All right.
It'll be on the same ballot or a
If-
separate ballot?
It would be on the same ballot if they do go through with contracting with my office.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo, Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
All right, passes 5-0. Item number 8.
I move to approve order number 0-17-2024, an order of appointment of judges and alternates for a 1-year term to begin September 1st, 2024.
I'll second that.
So this is our annual appointment of judges. And these names come from the party chairs of each party, and you are required to appoint from those lists from the party chairs.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Castellane,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Item number 9.
I move to approve the Texas Maritime Museum report for second quarter 2024.
Second.
Got a motion, got a second. Ms. Ashley, good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead and start. We'll give them a minute to get that. There we go. So we did have a busy quarter at the museum. You can see our overall annual attendance numbers, including all events, were up significantly. So we had 4,211 people in the second quarter attending. And of those, roughly half of them came from 75 miles out. So we are still seeing solid numbers on those coming from outside of the local area. And then our comparison with 2023 numbers has been consistently up all year, aside from a little bloop in April, which was about the same. It averaged about the same as 2023. But overall, we nearly 1,000 more people coming through in this first half of the year compared to the first half of 2023. So numbers are definitely up there. You can see with the last several years of our attendance numbers, we are on track to have a record attendance number this year, which we're excited about if those numbers hold steady. And then of the registered visitors for the quarter, we do the breakdown showing what percentage is coming from major metro areas in the state of Texas as well as local. You can see only 12% are registered as local visitors. And then that large portion, the other portion that is other areas in Texas outside of those major city areas, as well as out-of-state visitors. So we do have solid numbers coming in from smaller areas as well as out of state, but always fairly consistent with the larger areas where we are advertising. And then for our hotel motel numbers, we show just under half of our registered visitors state that they're staying overnight in hotels, with a combined 32% saying they're staying at least 3 nights when they're here in town. So we feel those are pretty solid numbers coming through with our heads and beds numbers. And then our total people times number of nights comes out just over 4,000 for the quarter.
For the quarter.
Yes.
That's good. Thank you.
Our expenses for the quarter are listed here, as well as showing what we've done year to date so far. You'll see those curatorial numbers are very low so far. That will change significantly in the second half of the year. We've got multiple curatorial projects coming up. So you will see an increase in that number. But for the first half of the year, there were other focuses, so not as much going on there, which is why that number shows so low. And then in May, we had our annual wine festival. Got some numbers for you here. Including our volunteers, we had registered attendance of just over 1,000, with roughly half of those coming from 75 miles out or more. We had several local entities there set up and helping out, including Bay Area Brewing and Wild Prawn. You can see pictures there at the bottom. And then for the hotel motel numbers for that, you'll see we did have a significant portion say they didn't stay overnight. But our total number came in at 329 just for Wine Fest. That is not included in the other stats I just showed you.
Okay.
We do keep that separated out.
So they said they did not stay, or they just chose not to answer, or they didn't.
One or the other. Yeah, they do have the option of choosing not to answer that question. So between those that didn't stay and those that didn't answer,
Okay.
we show a pretty high number.
How did the wine festival attendance compare to previous years?
It was down. We've already started checking into that. I know I've heard multiple people say overall this year numbers have been down, which I'm sure was part of that, but we are checking into it as far as our marketing, where our reach was, whether or not that might have affected it to try and get those numbers back up next year because it was.
Thank you.
Then for our social media numbers, our followers on Facebook and Instagram are up nearly 18%. We're just under 15,000 at the moment. That has been growing consistently this year. And then we had 1.3 million impressions on Facebook, which is also up compared to the previous quarter. So our reach
Almost
is,
10%, right?
yes, our reach is definitely growing there, which is good to see. At 118 posts, you will see a spike there at the end of May. That's going to be from all of the Wine Fest posts that were going out at that time. That's why that number jumped up so high there at the end of May. And then next slide, we do just have some examples of what our top posts for the quarter were. You can see that top one had 113,000 impressions with nearly 13,000 interactions, which is people liking, sharing, commenting. So we are definitely getting a pretty solid reach on our social media right now. And then with our website, page views were just under 20,000 for the quarter with 12,000 visits from nearly 12,000 visitors. Again, you see that spike in May. It was an influx of people looking for info on Wine Fest. It always goes up significantly that time of year with people looking for ticket links and times and all that good stuff. So that's where you see those spikes on that one. Our demographics for our website, of course, the majority are coming from the United States, but you'll see that actually less than half of our visitors to our website are from Texas. So we're getting some reach in other states, as well as some other countries. Those numbers are much smaller, but we do definitely see them as well as visitors coming from out of the country. So. And then, of course, we like to wrap up with some photos for you guys from the quarter, show you what's been going on at the museum. We had an Earth Day event, participated in the Business Expo and the Rockport Fulton Book Festival, as well as multiple field trips. As school was wrapping up in April and May, we saw quite a few field trips coming through, so they kept our education director busy. And then in June, we had the start of summer camps. We actually, for the first time, hosted an camp for the ACE program out of Aransas Pass. So that went on for 2 weeks. And then week 1 of Sea Camp happened the last week of June. Always a big hit with field trips and crafts and learning. And then they love Water Day on Fridays. That's our big water slide there in the corner. So they always have a good time with that.
My little grandchild went to Sea Camp, and even though the first 2 days were rained out, she said, that was the most fun I've ever had. That great big slide.
Yes,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
like 3 stories.
It's fun to watch them out there. They get excited about that slide. That is what I've got for you this time.
Good job.
Good work. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Castleline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 10.
I move to approve the Rockport Cultural Arts District second quarter report for 2024.
Second.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Jennifer
How are
Day,
you?
Executive Director of the Rockport Cultural Arts District. Here we go. Let's go back a little bit. So here's our depot numbers broken down. It was a fairly slow quarter. We also had some turnover with our staff there. We have a contracted hourly person, but we did have some visitors from all over the U.S. as well as Texas. That's broken down for you. Different things that we've continued to do is marketing. You'll see in this presentation a lot of drive towards marketing. We've started selling our postcards not only at the depot, but at several merchants downtown. It's good to have advertising go across wherever it's going to be mailed to. We've got public parking. We added that as well on Austin Street, as well as a sign in the parking lot. And of course, we continue with our little train rides and our donations, artifacts. Again, we continue to market the district. We're really focusing on destination marketing to take all the amenities, which are tremendous if you consider the amount of amenities within the 44 blocks of the cultural district. And we continue to market those. Our cultural interface landmark. We've continued to work on that as well. We've added signage. A lot of people were asking, what is the cultural interface? What does it mean? So we've added that through Q code on site. as well as our friend Charlie Belair has secured a wildlife habitat. I know he's working with myself and David Reed on county property, having maintenance be part of the Master Gardener certification. So that was great. We also had representatives from the Texas Historical Commission here. And of course, we had to show off our Steve Russell and the sculptures. Smithsonian Museum on Main Street, that is coming up fairly quickly. It actually starts in St. Augustine this month, and it will be a rolling 6-month exhibit going to 7 different cities. It will come here in January. We are still targeting the County Community Center for that location. And this is a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, the Historical Society, the Historic Commission, and the History Center. Public art initiatives. So there's Pam Hurt, who is on our board of directors. We met with Jeremy Flores. Jeremy is the one of the prime individuals that brought Mural Fest to Corpus. They're in their 3rd year of Mural Fest. We're looking to bring Mural Fest here. It's pending funding, but we are looking to get that done, hopefully in the fall before Smithsonian. And Jeremy brings a lot to the table. He did the mural at Rock Bottom. We also, with our marketing efforts, we came out with a 2nd commercial, and it featured the Aransas County Airport. Colin, are you able to show that? Not right now. Okay, but you said you might during the break. Okay, this is a great little 2-minute clip. Fantastic. I think it does a great job of marketing our area. Okay, Texas Film Commission. The city of Rockport is a film-friendly city. It was designated in 2015. However, the data in the Texas Film Commission's database is old. It had old pictures in it. We're updating those pictures, pictures of places that are no longer in existence because of Harvey, hadn't been maintained since then. So we're updating that. Carla Tank is the lady who's been doing our film. She's a professional videographer, and we are working to lure producers and filmmakers to Rockport. This is a documentary that we're working on right now. It's a short documentary. It focuses on the Rockport Fulton Art Colony. It's a fantastic story starting in the 1940s with Simon Michael and how this whole trend of what he brought from Europe became what we are today, which is a fantastic art colony, and we're marketing that as well. This will come out in September. It'll be finished, and we will feature it in the film festival here. There are hundreds of film festivals all over Texas, and we will continue to film that or produce that and show that there in the different locations. This was funded completely by Margaret Sue Russ Foundation grant. We have the Main Street Park grant, which has to be finalized in order to be used by the end of this month. This will be for additional green space in the cultural district. We're working with the city on that. And of course, the Center for the Arts got the $48,000 for their art festival this year.
So has that request for the new district Main Street Park been approved, or it's just in consideration right now?
No, it is approved, and we have to spend it. We actually got it last year. We have to spend it by the end of TCA's fiscal year, which is 8/31 this month. Here's a layout of Main Street Park. Part of the delay on this is the location changed. It was going to be downtown on a street between Austin and Water Street, and it's moved to a block further west.
Moved where the gas company.
Where the old gas building used to be, between Magnolia and Live Oak on Main Street across from Church Unlimited. We're also working on a wonderful sculpture for that location. Been talking with Kent Olberg on a sculpture there, which will be pretty fantastic to add. These are numbers that come from Helen Thompson, the model that Scott Joslev approved. The reality is we have so many people that go to our murals, do selfies, go to sculptures. We're not out there with a pad collecting zip codes. One of the things I do want to mention is while the Smithsonian is here, the THC has their own software that will collect zip codes automatically. It's called Datify. So that'll be a really interesting. So during this 6-week period of time, we'll be able to capture some really hard numbers. These are different amenities within the 44 block area. We also were awarded by our peers the nonprofit of the member of the year from the chamber, as well as recognized by Michael Cloud's office for nonprofit of the year. Social media data. And you can see we've had a tremendous growth over this past quarter on social media. We hired an individual, a young individual who understands a lot more of the young-minded folks, drawing them here. And so she has been doing a fantastic job with social media. You can see the growth. Won't read through this. And this also shows some growth or some numbers from the Q code that we installed at CI. So we are able to get some from those who inquire what it's about. Our financials. And thank you from the Rockport Cultural Arts District Board. Okay. Questions?
Good job.
We're good? Okay.
Ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
All right, passes 5-0. We don't have any county road and floodplain, none of that. Contracts and grants, item number 11.
I move to approve Animal Care Services request to seek and apply for grants.
I'll second that.
Morning, Miss Caitlin. How are you?
Good. Does anybody have any questions with what I turned in? I did want to try to go for some specific grants that I put in the agenda that I think would help benefit everybody in the county, including our citizens, so.
I just like your proactive approach. Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you.
You're
Yeah.
doing great things out there.
I want to make a comment. I want to thank Caitlin. She handled a horse issue for me very promptly and actually very diplomatically. I was really impressed.
Thank you.
I thought we had some underfed or underweight horses, and come find out they're like 20 years old. But they've been watching them for several years. So I was really impressed with that. And thank you, Caitlin.
You're very welcome.
I also want to recognize that you are, as mentioned earlier, you are using the fact that you were recognized as a no-kill shelter to go after some of these grants. So, that's a great tool and great recognition for your group.
Thank you. It is, the only thing with that is like trying to make sure we keep our statistics with that. So it's not that we're just trying to, become a no-kill shelter. We're just not going to put anything down. That's not necessarily true. It's our statistics being a 90 percentile to over our having to euthanize rate. So as long as we keep our live release rate as much as we are possibly doing, we can have a lot more grants to be able to help the community better, to where we can alleviate this eventually and be way more proactive in the beginning.
And that designation is a reflection of like Another Chance, the cattails,
Right.
and your office
Yeah.
of really marketing these pets and.
Well, I
keep them
mean,
out the
really
door.
with that community it being a whole community effort, it's where it's kind of like we can give back with these grants, since they're assisting us and helping us keep the statistic level like that. We can be able to help and assist you with your animals, and that's where these grants have been able to be accessed since we got that recognition,
And
so.
as a judge, that's a reflection of all the groups working together. So that's really appreciated.
Yeah.
But it could change. It
Yes.
could change today. Any of these grants have matches? Do any of them have matches?
Not yet.
Okay.
I think that Best Friends, we're going to eventually hopefully get the matches, but as of right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 12.
I move to approve resolution R 18/2024, entering
Yeah,
into
Pat.
a contract with Co-File for digital imaging and preservation of records in the amount of $409,411.95.
I'll second that.
Got a motion, got a second. Madam District Clerk, good morning.
Good morning. This is just the next step in using the ARPA money. This is officially getting the contract signed. And I'm expecting Co-File to come this week, possibly as early as Wednesday, to get these records and take them.
So this is fully funded by grant.
Yes, sir. ARPA funds.
ARPA. Any questions? All right.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. Passes.
Thank you.
Item number 13, thank you.
I move to approve to surplus 7 large official public records book shelves and sell for scrap metal. Second.
Got a motion and have a second. Good
Those
morning.
things are
Any
huge.
questions?
County Clerk.
They're huge.
They are huge. And most counties are having the same space issues that we have and are going to taller cabinets like I'm going to be doing in the new courthouse. So I can't find people to get these, so we're going to scrap them and get what we can out of them.
Okay. Does the Public Facilities Department handle the
The
sale of
scrapping.
the surplus? Okay, I
Yes.
thought so. Thank you.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 14.
I move to approve authorizing the county judge to sign the necessary documents, commence monitoring of the fire alarm system at the new community center. Monitoring services be provided by Everon, formerly ADT Commercial, in order to comply with relevant building codes. The estimated monthly fee for this service is $94.00.
Second. I have a question.
Yes,
Uh, On our temporary places, are we doing any fire alarms or anything like that for our temporary offices?
Not for those buildings that I'm aware of. None of those buildings are
I
going to
did
be
not
modified.
hear you. I'm sorry.
None of those buildings are going to be modified enough to require updating the fire suppression in them that I'm aware of.
Okay. I just was wondering.
Colin, on their proposal and sales agreement page, I just had a question, and I probably could have called it, but thought I'd just ask you, on the phone number that's cited there as County of Aransas, 790-8987,
That's my office.
is
It's
that
not-
your office?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Item number 15 will be in closed session. So item number 16.
I move to approve administrative changes made to the Bay Shore Drive TCEQ Restore Act grant contract number 582-21-22184 and authorize the county judge to sign work plan amendment number 4. This amendment realigns budget categories of grant management, architect and engineering and construction sequences listed in the financial management's estimated budget section of the project work plan. This amendment does not make any changes to the total project awarded grant funding.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Ms. Jackie?
As stated in the agenda items, these are just clerical fixtures. I think we're some titles or some categories on the budget that the needed to change that and then to add, to correct some of the
construction, things like there would say sequence one, but in the body of it would be sequence two, so it's just some clerical.
You could have told me. They are clerical errors or fixes for it. It's only, there's no change in the body of it other than changing some clerical mistakes.
All right.
So the document we received is the amended one? Or there will
Yes,
be-
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Castelline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 17.
I move to approve amendment number 1 to Copano Cove Ranch Acquisition Project, General Land Office. Contract number 24-099 005 E379. Correcting 4.10 of the contract form is, quote, is not authorized, end quote, to is authorized to reflect that this project is eligible for the procurement of real property under the Project of Special Merit Program.
Second.
No.
Got a motion and a second.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Kat, is this ranch the same thing that we've been calling the Bailey Ranch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
This is likewise a clerical error, albeit an important one. Most of the funds
Yes.
available through the coastal management program from the GLO are not eligible for real property procurement. However, the project of special merit does. And so that this 3-letter change is very important.
All right.
So what is this allowing us to do now?
This is just amending the contract that was brought before y'all back in March.
Or just the word change?
Yes, sir. Just
Okay.
changes it from is not eligible to is eligible.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Castelline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Item number 18.
I move to approve accepting and approving as-built drawings for the Aransas County Transfer Station's Mechanic Shop Project funded by Aransas County and to authorize the county judge to sign a letter of as-built approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. L's not here. Jackie? She can leave you notes. She didn't leave you notes.
As it says, this is just to accept the as-built. We have received the as-built. And everything has been good. We've got the WPI8 for insurance purposes
perfect.
and everything's good.
Job's finished.
It
You're finished
is,
with
the
it?
outside of the shell is finished. I don't believe that they've done the inside, but the outside is complete, yes.
It's solid. Yep.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Castelline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 19.
I move to approve accepting the Aransas County Transfer Station's Mechanic Shop Project funded by Aransas County as complete and authorize the county judge to sign a certificate of construction completion.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second. This is the part where we're
This
finished
will
with
just
it.
allow us to pay the final pay on this project.
And it has the windstorm certificates
Yes,
attached. to it.
Yeah.
Yes. That's good.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Castelline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 20.
I move to approve accepting and approving as-built drawings for Aransas County ARPA standby diesel generator installation project funds by the American Rescue Plan Act and authorize the county judge to sign a letter of as-built approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second.
I just have one question on that one. So we decided that we were going to go with the diesel, not LPG, right?
Yes, sir.
And why did we decide that? Because remember we had Harvey Diesel was not available for about a week.
Is Renee here?
Why did we decide to do that, Renee?
Go with diesel over gas.
No, LPG. Propane tank. I'm just wondering. Because whenever we had Harvey, diesel was not available except for emergency vehicles,
Right.
EMS and fire and police officers,
Mhm.
for about a week. They were not available for generators.
Mhm.
So have we had a change in that, and that's the reason why, the ones that had LPG still had generators?
Mhm. I'm not sure why
I just was-
the tank wasn't considered. I know the natural gas we talked about, and the reason for that was
Yeah.
during any catastrophic event, we lost
Mhm.
the ability to push gas through the
Right.
gas line.
I
so the
understood that,
generators
yeah.
couldn't Run.
But the LPG, I didn't know, because LPG is a lot cheaper,
Mhm.
number one. And number two, it'll stay there for forever. It's too late to change it. I'm just
Right.
wondering why we did it. 'Cause I'm
I
surprised
would
they didn't fix that.
imagine, Commissioner, that it's because the engineers recommended it, but
Oh.
I don't know. I can't tell you for sure.
Mike,
I wasn't a part
I
of
don't
that.
think we really had a problem. We didn't have a problem getting diesel after Harvey.
We did for a little while.
Oh, we've had trucks that were coming
No,
in
we-
and filling
we-
stuff.
We had fuel immediately.
We didn't have an issue
Yeah.
with it.
And I was
Public
gonna
might
add
have.
that they'll run off jet fuel, which kerosene, which is very thin diesel.
Mhm.
And we have typically 8 or 10,000 gallons of that on hand and a truck to deliver it. So
Okay.
that was our backup plan.
Okay.
For our generators at the airport during Harvey, of course, they had Suncoast trucks running up and down the runway with ADP, but
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, we didn't
I
have
don't
it.
see it'll be a problem. And it wasn't a problem.
Yeah, we didn't have it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to answer that for you. I wasn't.
Oh, no, that's
a
okay.
part of that
That's okay.
project, so, but I do know that that's one of the reasons why we opted not to do natural gas and diesel was a better option, so.
I knew I didn't do natural gas. I was just wondering about propane. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 21.
I move to approve accepting Aransas County ARPA standby diesel generator installation project funded by the American Rescue Plan Act as complete and to authorize the county judge to sign a certificate of construction completion.
Second.
Renee, have you started these up? Have you started this generator up? Okay.
The project is complete. I know we have requested the WPI 8. I assume, I hope that we have received it. If not, we will, but I know that Laura has requested it from the engineers. Everything is good. We did double check it with Renee. Oh,
They're here. Morning.
Carlos Montalvo with ICE, we represent the engineering group. Yes, we did submit the WPI 8 and all the other documents. and we've
Did you
been-
say you submitted them or?
Yes, we have submitted to Laura. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. That's great to know.
All right.
So are they set up where they routinely crank up and exercise themselves?
Yes, sir. They set it up and I know the first week there was a programming issue. So they came back and reprogrammed it. They reran it and it's set up to where every Monday it kind of runs through a cycle. And it's, as far as I know, it's been working correctly. Yes.
Wait,
We have it on the maintenance plan, or is the county gonna take care of the
The,
servicing plan, I mean, you know?
so with the warranty, the contractor has a 1-year labor warranty. The parts have a 2-year warranty.
Yeah.
As far as a maintenance plan, I believe that was gonna be separate, and so the county would have to
Do we have a checklist of the routine maintenance, checks that we should look at? I mean, I'm just asking.
Yes, sir. Yes, we submitted all of the manuals and operating manuals to the
Okay.
county, so it was about 5 different manuals, and they do have the checklist on there. Yes, sir.
All right, good deal.
good to go. All
Thank
right,
you very much.
thanks.
Was there any other information that
Yeah.
you wanted to share?
No, it's just that we have the alarm would go off for, I believe it was a low fuel. But we do have our contractor is on standby and will be coming to check it if it does come out again, part of his warranty.
Right. That was the meeting we had last week. Okay, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick.
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 22.
I move to approve the Aransas County Indigent Healthcare Report for July 2024.
Second.
Motions, and we have a second. Madam
Morning.
Treasurer, good morning.
Morning.
We're in the 11th month of the fiscal year. We've spent $21,659 this month and $398,347 for the 11 months, which is right at 42% of what we had budgeted to spend for the year.
And Alma, on the part where it says reimbursements received, were those reimbursements from the state or they're from some other agency?
They're usually from hospitals or some of the providers. When somebody gets approved for SSI, then what we had paid, they pay us back.
Okay, because I didn't think the state reimburses
No,
till
no,
we
no,
got to
no.
that 8% or something.
No, we're never to that point.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo.
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick.
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. Item number 23.
Move to approve the June 2024 Treasurer's Report. Second.
So the total balances for the end of June off funds is $25,234,532. There's like 23% in the depository bank and 77% in investment securities. Any questions?
Your investments are doing well.
Yes.
Our investments.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo.
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick.
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. Passes. Item number 24.
Move to approve the second quarter Aransas County
Oh.
Treasurer's investment report.
Okay, is that the one we just did? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
This is investment.
I'll keep going. Sorry about that. We got a motion
Second.
and a second.
And looking at the first page of your attachments, where you show where we are for 2024, it looks like we might equal or surpass last year if things continue the way they are.
Right, and we're, so far for 6 months, I've already done 93% of what was budgeted as far as interest earned. So we're doing very well. The feds are probably gonna drop the interest rates next month. But usually when they do changes, it's just 25 basis points at a time, 0.25, so it's not gonna have much effect. So I think that our rates will still be fairly good for a while.
Okay, good.
And on page, I would like for y'all to look at the page 7 of the investment report. The graph that I have on there shows the fund balances for at this time for the last 3 years. I just would like for y'all to look at that.
I did look at that.
Huh?
You're going the wrong way.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions?
But that's not a function of the investments, correct?
Oh, no, no,
That's a
no, that's
function
just
of
the
our
fund-
using that
the-
money.
The cash in investments on hand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 25.
Move to approve the selection of option A. No change on the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles imposition of optional fees form, a fee imposed under Transportation Code Section 502.403 on local vehicle registration that is used for the provision of child safety measures in Aransas County, where Aransas County will change this same fee, the $1.50 child safety fee and $10 road and bridge fee for calendar year 2025.
Second.
Got a motion and a second.
Good
Morgan.
morning. It's,
Good morning.
we have to update it every year and let them know, and we're at the max that we can charge or collect anyway. So just letting the state know we're staying the same.
Now, well, okay, so where it says Aransas County will change the same fee.
It should be charged.
Charge.
Yes.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Item number 26.
Move to approve budget line item transfers.
Second.
Got a motion and a second.
We have none today.
All right.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Item number 27.
Move to approve accounts payable and payroll liabilities.
I'll
You-
second that.
Oh, I'm sorry. You did not get a list. I have two that I'm walking in. Just like we did last meeting, we have the rapid pay for our jurors. We need to resupply that balance on there. So I'm requesting one for $4,096 to be sent there to for the juror pay cards. And also a check for $1,000 for the United States Post Office for the jury cards that need to be sent out. Since they're done through Encode, we just keep a balance in the bank for the postage on the cards. And it can't get below $300, and right now it's like at $78, I believe.
And
So-
you said the USPS is for jury cards, which are
The
separate
cards, so
from the
those
other?
cards that the district clerk sends out for everyone, yes, that's what those.
It's just the postage fee to send those out.
Yes,
It's not
ma'am.
some kind of
Right.
reimbursement to.
It's
All right.
just the postage. And those are the only two that we're requesting approval for.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. Passes. At this time, we'll hear reports from commissioners, elected officials, and department heads, and no action will be taken. Anybody got anything? All right. Move on to reports about items of community interest. No action will be taken. Mr. Brown, nothing? All right. And now I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
I move to convene into a closed session to consult with counsel and receive legal advice about proposed leases for the relocation of the temporary Aransas County Courthouse. Also, Teal Construction Company's formal request for mediation and for insurance matters related to Aransas County's projects and insurance claims from Hurricane Harvey, including the following pending litigation. 1, Aransas County, Texas versus Endurance American Specialty Company et al. Aransas County District Court cause number 23-0021. And 2, North Star Recovery Service, Inc. versus Aransas County ISD and Aransas County. Aransas County District Court cause number 23-0066. Consolidated with North Star Recovery Services, Inc. versus HR&R LLC et al. Aransas County District Court cause number 20-0159. And 3, Western Steel Company versus T2J Partners, UCDIE/A FPS Recovery LLC, and Aransas County, Texas. Cause number 24-0072 in the 36th District Court of Aransas County, Texas, pursuant to section 551-072 of the Texas Open Meetings Act, which authorizes closed sessions for a governmental body to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, and section 551.071 of the Texas Open Meeting Act, which authorizes closed sessions for a governmental body to consult with its attorneys regarding advice on legal matters pertaining to pending or contemplated litigation or a settlement offer, or on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with the Open Meetings Act.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. Passes. We'll take a 5-minute recess. All right. Do I have a motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. Item number 30. Actually, we're going to go back to item number 15 that was discussed in closed session.
I move to approve authorizing Judge Garza to enter into negotiations for leases for the relocation of various county offices to various locations in the Harbor Oaks Shopping Center, Live Oak Plaza Center.
Second.
A motion and a second.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. And we will not take action on any other item discussed in closed session. I have a motion to adjourn.
I need
Oh.
motion. We didn't motion to, well, yeah, I guess we can do it. So I put it on 15. It's my error, sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
I wrote the motion on 15 and it should have been on 24.
Okay. So. can
Motion to
we move
adjourn?
To adjourn.
So move, or second.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. Thank y'all very much. We are adjourned. And Sheriff, you're going to be first, I believe.
Are we convening into that meeting right?
We're gonna convene, moving.
Y'all need a break?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a short one.
Okay, 5-minute break and then we'll reconvene.
Okay.
Okay.
Too late.
You couldn't do Stone Garden overtime and such until you had met that conditioning requirement. It was kind of a negative approach, and this year we thought rather, we revamping a lot of stuff, and we thought, all right, let's tie this thing to a positive deal, and it would qualify you for a step increase if you met this objective at the track with your running, and that's why we changed that. It's something that we're wanting to float out there, go to a positive approach to physical agility. It's not required by law in any agency in the state of Texas, but it's something that we did, started years ago, and while you were HR, I think we saw a benefit from
Yes. I
our
think it's a
insurance
great
rates and
idea.
everything else, and it cuts down my absenteeism. I don't have people out sick as much. We haven't had an injury that sidelined anybody for a long period of time where, strains and twisted knees and everything before was a common practice. It went away. We're wanting to get the program into a positive light though, and not make it a negative impact if you didn't make it.
But it allows people to stay on a job where they do need physical agility, even if they cannot prove they have physical agility.
Yes, ma'am.
So they pass it this year, you get a step, and then you pass it again next year. Is it a yearly thing? And they're gonna expect a step every time they pass it?
I had not looked into year 2 and 3. No, and I see the question is, but we're wanting to kick this thing off and get back into a positive deal. I don't see where that would be a fair deal that we come back here every year for that. Because some people you could be looking at 2 steps.
Yeah.
Not everybody in the department gets the step increase, but ironically, I think if you look back over the history of the last several years, what we've done around, we haven't been able to do the COLA or anything else. Steps became the way that departments gave that incremental raise to people. It wasn't about performance. So we got away from the performance appraisal as being the deal for the step. And it was just, I think there's some groups that used it to compensate for the COLA and took away the meaning of the step increase for performance. I know, I'll tell you good news, bad news. I got all y'all on my prayer list. I think y'all got some decisions to make that are going to be tough. We kick the can down the road quite often, and I think y'all are at a point now, y'all got to make some decisions that aren't going to make some people happy. I do it, seems like every week in the county, I make some decision that makes somebody mad or upset, but
Yeah.
it's the right thing to do. We can't continue to deplete your reserve funds and everything else. And I know Harvey was tough on a lot of people, and you still see people recovering from it today, but the reality is you want to leave the county in as good a shape or better shape than when you found it. Y'all got a decision to make. It's going to be tough.
I have a couple of questions. When you still got
Yeah.
questions, Pat, go ahead.
My only comment is I would be in favor of a step increase as long as performance evaluations are given.
Yes, ma'am.
I do not hope that I'm hearing that people are given step increases without performance evaluations, but I'm not in favor of a program that does not have some incentive, even if you want to call it a negative incentive, that I think there is a need for officers and other folks to stay physically fit. And I know HR department has said they're going to work on that for the countywide approach for the coming year.
Correct.
But I'm not supportive of a program giving a step increase for physical agility, and a person who cannot get out there and do the work still gets paid. I think the reassignment was a better plan. That's my.
It worked well for years. It had, but it had a negative connotation to it. And we were just trying to figure out a way to turn this into a positive approach to this.
Maybe not a step, but maybe some sort of incentive, like a one-time, some $500, I don't know, to pass something that you already.
No,
Yeah, but yeah, just to
no,
pass your test. I don't-
those poor sheriffs just don't get enough money.
Somebody commenting. The other thing that I did, it's not written in there, but question came up a couple of weeks ago from my patrol deputies, and the realization that we pay a phone allowance down to my sergeants. But my sergeants are on the phone calling my deputies. And there's things that we don't want to put on the air, but we didn't allow we had a phone stipend years ago, but we went through a process, the county attorney's office, I think, scared a lot of them because of court decisions. Had put it in jeopardy that your phone could end up getting seized. if you use the phone, you took pictures out of the scene or something, well, your phone's going to get seized and subpoenaed to court. And everybody thought, well, forget it. I'm not going to do I'm not doing the stipend. There is an interest to see that come back. Unfortunately, the cost is about $8,000. If everybody in the patrol group took it at $60 a month. And I'm throwing that out there at a time when you're asking us to cut the budget, and we've cut where I could cut overall in both departments. And in fact, the jail, we did end up with a lower budget in spite of some things that we didn't get to control. And the sheriff's office, you know, we cut on that side as well. But when you got to the top part of that spreadsheet, there's $126,000 in employment benefit stuff that, you know, came along because of insurance and everything else. And the step that is not a budgetary deal really that I control a lot of. So I think overall, we did a good job in the two groups trying to cut this thing and save where we could. And
Had a couple of questions.
yes, sir.
On basically it's on page 4331, gas and oil lubricants. You cut it $20,000 this year. Is that just because of the usage? It's more?
The run rate's lower. 2 years ago, we raised it significantly because the rumor was gas was going to go to $5 a gallon. And so we ran it out and thought, well, we're going to need more. We have not consumed that. The gas didn't reach that. We've opened the reserves, and you're keeping the stations afloat with the reserves rather than letting the market run itself. So I think that's what helped hold it down. But I'm going to back that off and cut that because we're looking for money. And
that's more realistic view of what you're going to be.
yes, sir.
Projection.
Yeah, it's closer to a run rate.
Okay.
We did the same thing with the food in the jail as well.
Okay.
The two, we look back at what's currently going on, and while in the jail, the food is a lot driven by corn and looking at the futures of that. And I know that's a silly discussion, but it does. There's nothing drives that jail budget like corn and the futures of corn.
And then on page 41, on office furniture, 570, there was an increase in 70,000 in office furniture and equipment. Is that radios again?
That has to do with we had a discussion with Colin. We found out Colin doesn't budget for IT and computer replacements. He takes care of the traditional stuff that everybody has, but stuff like the routers and the servers that we had, we spent over $12,000 on purchases that weren't in last year's budget because of a server and firewall protection that went into the EOC.
So
now learning that, I thought I've got to put some money in there to where that we've got computers still in the patrol room. I don't know if they've been rebuilt internally or not, but they're still tagged as asset tags from Bear County after Hurricane Harvey.
Those machines are going to be replaced. That kind of equipment we do cover, but specialized stuff like the things for your radio that were part of those overall projects that
Right,
were built into those.
The server for the body cams and stuff like that, those were never put in the budget before. When Colin and we had some of that discussion.
okay.
70,000, or 60,000 could be cut. I don't know what the number's going to be.
Yeah.
But we've got to put something in there to cover that.
Okay. And I guess, and I was going to ask you, you're talking about the detention center decrease on page 43, and which is great, but it shows here there's a decrease in food of $70,000, and I thought that's fantastic, but it's page 43.
Well, the population is down as well. So that is back to the run rate. We last year before, we were running a population of 180, 185, 190. Been running about 130.
Okay.
With what's going on this year. So I think it's a reasonable cut to accommodate what I believe. I don't see a trend change unless something changes in November and we see the federal courts start to, hold more people. Then we're going to be back to federal inmates. So it'll offset it.
I got you. And the last one I had, I guess, was actually on same for detention on 441 utilities. It showed it was a drop of $50,000 in utilities. I know that's probably that's page 43 toward the bottom, 441.
And again, that's just projection based on run rates of what we're doing this year. And some of the criticism we're trying to find money and budgeting money that may be at a lower rate. But again, take a dartboard and throw it. I don't know what's going to happen.
Well, I appreciate your efforts doing this. I mean, it just, the truer numbers we're looking at sounds like.
you know, you're at 100,000 year to date. Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're at 100,000 year to date. So you're anticipated hit pretty close to your budget because you're 6 months, almost 6 months in. Well, we are 6 months in.
True.
So you think, and utility rates are going to go up.
I would expect them to, but that, you know, trying to come in here and ask for something that I don't have a basis for that except just a gut feeling that, yeah,
Well,
everything else has gone up. Insurance went up. And I don't understand in the jail, while we saw the insurance costs drop as opposed to on the sheriff's office side. Because the building that took more damage than anything was the jail. But
well,
when
if we have an exceptionally cold winter, does your temperature stay the same whether you have a cold winter or not? I mean,
Jail commission requires us to keep it between 65 and 85 regardless of what the
Okay.
weather is outside.
So what other things in the jail would affect your utility bill? I mean, anything else? Because realistically, you know, your 250,000 for your 24 budget does look like you're gonna save about $50,000. So that's good.
Trying to cut it.
Also,
Yeah.
are these expenses through July or through June?
For June.
Through July. So
July?
it's 7 months. So actually it's more than 50%.
Yeah, we're
Thank you.
beyond 50%, I thought.
I have a question. Do you oversee the communications budget? And I know that we don't have a
No, I
lot
don't.
leeway there. Okay.
Lee
Because-
Zapata does the communications and then I think it's on a percentage split with the city and Folsom, however that works out.
But when we did the first iteration in June, we talked about dropping that $5,000 in equipment rental, that was copier allocation, but it's not been used. And I thought that was going to be dropped from this budget.
I can.
Okay.
I did not know that we were going to do that. No, ma'am. I'm sorry. I can change that now.
Well, if.
That's
you
in the
still are-
communication.
I mean, someone said that because I made the note.
In the
I'm not
dispatch
sure.
center?
Okay,
Okay.
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, all I want to say is thank you, because overall, when it's said and done, the detention center, you lowered the budget $133,000. And I know the judge had asked y'all to scrub what you could, so
Brian,
thank y'all.
that's not to say that, you know, the next
Big-
event could change all of that.
Exactly.
It'll be interesting what's happened. You know, I know you always say the price of corn affects that, but I watched a program the other day that says how China has switched they're buying most of their corn from Brazil now. And it's kind of a forecast that it's going to have a negative impact on farmers in this country.
But
I'll be making the price go down.
it's something that I realized years ago in the jail that look at the corn price and it drives that jail budget crazy. If it, you know, if it's up, jail feels the impact of it pretty severe.
Corn and rice.
On next year's, so this budget includes all the requested step increases.
Yes, sir, it
On-
does.
On next year's budget, whenever we start this first or second step, can we just not put no step increases?
Okay.
Or in the past, we never had put that into the end. Those are kind of hard to pick out. Looking through these books.
And I had a question for the auditors, I guess, and basically it's just clarification on my part. On page 46, it says corrections, but that has to do with, is that with juvenile cases? It says corrections and it mentions San Pat County.
Yes, it is.
Yes, that is our, the San Patricio County, our shared into the district. That's what,
In the what?
into the district, we're in district judges, and then San Pat County, we have to pay them
Okay.
for our portion.
Okay.
We
When I
get
was
that
seeing
number-
corrections, I thought it was like jail, but it's not.
Oh, no, sir.
No, sir.
We get that number from the San Pat County auditor.
Okay.
So I don't know how the commissioners felt going back for when we first started about the incentive to pass the physical exam, or not physical exam, but is it
Physical agility.
physical agility? I can't support a step increase, but I do support some sort of incentive.
Yeah.
Maybe a one-time incentive. that we could build into the budget. I don't know where you would put it, but
Okay.
something to work on, bring back.
All right, we'll do it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate it.
Judge Bianchi.
Yep, Judge Miyake, come on down.
Commissioners, Judge?
What page?
22.
Far as I know, there's no change in what I've been given as present proposal from the first presentation.
My understanding is this has a one-step increase, right? In it, built in.
It has
Yes,
a one-step increase for 3 people, correct?
Right.
Correct, that's correct.
Right.
And that includes for the bailiff, which is part of the sheriff's department, but we cover the budget part of it in ours.
And has the part-time bailiff position been filled?
We just have one bailiff and it's
It's the
full-time.
full-time
It's a full-time.
bailiff.
It's a full-time bailiff. There isn't a second part-time
We
bailiff?
have a portion budgeted as a part-time because we do have 3 part-time bailiffs. And we charge the specific courts that they work.
Okay. There you go. It's a learning experience for all of us.
Well, it just changes. It's a strange situation when they're not employees of my department, but you know,
You're helping pay for it.
we use them. Glad to have them.
All right.
Got any questions, anybody? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I'll go. Unless anybody needs to go and can't come back.
What can Pam?
Pam? Okay. You might be up here for a while and I want to go.
Thank you. So 24?
23. Oh, wait, that's district court.
And you're giving, or you put in here a one step across the board?
I did,
Okay.
just for planning. Mine is mostly, y'all, I don't know this year. Usually I'm pretty good at budgeting and I pretty well let everything ride. The thing you'll see different is in our rent and in our postage. My postage has gone up because we're doing all of the postcards for jury now, for all the courts. So that's the reason you see that up a little. Also, the Al Johnson building that we rent for our record storage, I'm not going to need that after January. So I don't know, that's something that we need to think about. And I mean, as far as I know, we're going to probably need that building for storage. But I don't know how that would get divided up. And I'm probably going to need to store some stuff in there too, just depending on the circumstances. So if that's the case, I have no problem paying my portion of it.
Okay, but you have eliminated the portion that you've been using for your
Correct.
record storage?
Yes,
Okay.
starting January, yes.
Sounds good.
Pam, you and I had a conversation about the mold in that building. Is it to the point that we need to put something in there for mitigation? If we're only-
I have no idea. I really don't know, Commissioner. It kind of depends on what happens and I feel like I don't have any control over what happens to that building until we take it. And then we'll have to figure out what to do from there.
Well, I'm asking you more from your records aspect.
Mm.
On it, mold never gets better. It only gets worse if you don't. treat
Commissioner
it.
Cheney, Elle, Renee and I were in that building last week.
Uh-huh.
And Renee is talking about getting some dehumidifiers in there, which would help stop the growth.
Yeah, but it won't kill it.
It won't kill it. I don't think you can completely kill mold in that building. I don't think it's
Okay.
possible.
Maybe we shouldn't be there then.
I
Well-
don't know that we have many options.
Once again, I don't especially need it after January. As a matter of fact, after in the next month or so. My records that are going to co-file are probably going to leave this week, and then everything else is going to get boxed up and sent to the Texas State Library. So as far as it's an older building. And I think Misty and I agreed that we would consider it to describe it as squishy. And that's
Squishy.
yeah. Yeah, that's about the technical term for it.
Those of us who spend time in there are headaches.
Yeah.
There is sinus issues. There's,
Yeah.
would I consider that a safe place for us humans to be? No. Is it working for storage? And what we found when we had mold a year ago, March, was that anything that was in a filing cabinet seems to be fine. In preparation for moves, Melissa Brown and I, our collections clerk, went in there and moved about 10,000 files around to try to readjust so that we have access to what we need, taking files that we had left here because I didn't want to put them in the mold infested building, but now I have to due to space. There is mold there, period. There is mold in every building in South Texas. I do believe what Renee was talking about, getting some dehumidifiers in there will at least stop the continuation of mold growth.
While we're there.
Okay.
While we're there.
While we're there.
All right,
Are your step increases included in this?
They are.
yes,
There?
I believe they are.
they are.
Even with those, your budget went down 0.29%.
Well, again, that's part of the storage issue. So
All right.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you,
thank
Pam.
you.
Renee, Anna?
Bless.
Sure.
Gesundheit.
Anna, she was
33.
ready.
Page.
33.
I appreciate jumping in here. I have a grandbaby that's at the Driscoll right now, just went through surgery, so.
Oh, I'm
trying-
sorry.
So
I-
you have put in 2 steps across the board.
1 to 2, 1 to 2.
I
Most of the
did-
time, we usually do 1.
I did budget for the 2 in that event.
Okay.
I can take it to 1 if you'd like.
Take it at 0. And then let the court at the end.
I'm sorry.
Good. I said take it to 0 and then the court will
Okay.
either give a step or
I can do that.
COLA.
As long as we can get a step, that would be good.
You were doing some or two. What was the reason for that?
I have my chief deputy usually and my bookkeeper. If they show really good, I mean, they have to be, my valuations have to be spot on to get a 2. Like I said, it's not very often, but I have given a couple 2s because when we were really short-staffed, both of them stepped up to the plate to help me out. They were working counter. They were doing stuff to help me out that wasn't there in their job description. And they didn't ask any questions. They just did it. Didn't argue about it. Didn't, it was just, they were there. They were team players. But most of the time, like I said, it's just 1.
Yeah, and you have been short-staffed pretty
We-
much.
I don't want to say this out loud, but we are fully staffed.
First time.
Fully staffed.
Don't say that. And I'd asked the appraisal board just over the weekend if they could give us some idea of what, because I see we put in there 457,000. And it looks like for 2025, we may have a smaller allocation to them, but it's not been decided.
Correct. They're
But-
working on that. This, matter of fact, I know we just had a budget meeting last week and they are working because they have to adopt theirs by September.
So we might
They're working on.
get a
cuts.
little good news when that happens. That
Mhm.
would be great. Okay.
The only other thing I did increase, I just got, and that was postage. Postage is so hard with them keep increasing it. I just got my deposit that every year this time I get a deposit that I have to pay to our vendor that does our statements, tax statements. For the deposit this year, it went up $1,100 from last year. That's just a deposit and then we pay the difference and at the end of the year after everything's sent out.
Because there have been 2 postage increases so far this year, which I think is the maximum they can have But they take them.
They,
every
yeah,
year.
and they'll probably do it again next year. So
Yes.
that's why. And with the, we keep getting a little bit of increase of the partials. So it's more going out. And then also because they don't change addresses, those come back to us and then we have to resend them out. So there's 2 times the postage.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Anybody else besides Renee? No, I'm kidding. Come on, Renee.
Come on down.
Good morning.
Morning.
So nothing's changed really in my request either from the last or the first session of the budget meetings. I am asking for a 1-step increase for my staff upon reviews. Obviously, if they don't perform, no step increase. I do believe it was the 450, Tana. 450 and 450.
Yes, please. And
I
then
will
let the
do-
court, whenever we decide salary increases or not, we'll change it then. 'Cause
There
I'm
was-
assuming everybody wants 1 or 2 steps. So.
There was a, Commissioner Russo asked about the 450 and 451 when we changed it at the detention center. Those monies have been relocated to the right line item. We are not done with the year, obviously, so that number will increase with the maintenance and change out of equipment.
That is in the detention center's budget.
Right. I just wanted to let you know that.
But you were requesting some staff?
Yes.
And that is also in here.
Okay.
Now, let me ask you a question. Whenever we're talking about step raises, just in general, we're talking about for what the employees have done to increase productivity or to learn more about what they're doing and everything. It does not include COLA, right?
Correct.
We're not dealing with COLA, right?
Correct.
Okay, I want to be real clear about that. Yeah, because COLA is a whole different ballgame. Okay.
This is strictly a performance review would be what I was looking for.
We have I'll just make a statement here. We have a group of really good supervisors. And we have a really good staff right now. So I think that's something that we do need to keep in mind. So there's a lot of counties and cities around here that are having all kinds of problems with staff. Okay.
And we talked about it last time, but you are correct. I am looking for a full-time admin, a full-time HVAC technician and full-time maintenance with the added responsibilities that we have now with the new courthouse and community building coming up.
And eliminating the part-time admin.
Correct.
And so that's in here.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Well, I think your staff does an excellent job
Thank you.
at many things.
I think they do too.
We'll keep that on here. All right.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thanks.
Stop.
Okay, we're gonna, oh, all right. Gotta go fast because I'm hungry. I'm
And it'll
hungry.
probably be easy and then you don't have to come back. Oh, and Gavin.
I know, you kind of blend into the chair there. Hey, Doc.
The only thing that might change since the last time we were here is, and I didn't put the numbers together yet, but I'll probably wait till next year and come back to the commissioner's board, but we've had some problems in the JP courtroom. We're having more bond hearings and we're having to make more arrests there, but our problem is we had to shut the court down to do the rest of the court and do something with the prisoner, but we got nowhere to put them in there. And this is, you know, we got a bond hearing the end of this week too. We're having several a month. We've got show cause days that we have people come in there and some of those may go to jail or something. But our big problem is if we make an arrest in there, there's only one of us. And we've got to have somewhere to do something with it. And what I like to do is be able to get some money together that I can hire a part-time officer to be there on days like when we have those days. That would take them out of the thing until we get them transported or whatever.
Hey,
'Cause
my
I-
understanding is you cannot leave the court in session without a constable in there, right?
Well-
Without a bailiff.
When we stepped out to take care of that one, we had two guys, the next case fighting inside there. So yes, we really can't be. And then even in civil court, we had three guys arguing with the defendant, the two of the witnesses for the complaint and the complainant, and arguing with the defendant during the trial as well as at the end. And we actually had to throw them out of the courthouse at the end. I told them that they need to leave or we will do arrest. But we still had other court cases in there, and we had a crowded courtroom in there because it's a small courtroom. We had a lot of people in there. If we got into a ruckus in there, somebody's gonna get hurt. And it's gonna be somebody with the public that's gonna be standing there innocently having a problem. But and then the next case after that, we had problems. We had two ladies and a third one that started arguing over a dog. And we had to step in and, point out that you can go to jail right now. And, this is the charge. But again, we have nothing, nowhere to stick them or nowhere to put them. And it's gonna be worse once we move to another building. Where,
But why do you say that?
huh?
Why do you say it'll be worse when you move to another building?
Because we won't have anything there at the other building. We'll have to, the officers, we call for help. We're gonna have to find where we're at. Apparently we're moving out of here by the end of the month somewhere. I don't even know where yet, but I thought, well, we'll probably see how the rest of this year goes, but definitely we're probably gonna need to do something next year on some extra help in there. There's two bailiffs in the other courtrooms. When you have court. And when they have prisoners, they got a jailer in there too. We don't have the luxury in the JP courtroom, and we have some of the, we have a lot of citizens that aren't really criminals in there, especially on the civil stuff. But we have a lot of other ones that are criminals that may be in there on the civil things, because a lot of times we're doing evictions, and some of the ones that we're evicting aren't pillars of the community. And
So you said there had been an increase in bond hearings, and then I didn't understand the other terminology you used.
bond hearings, somebody's on
No,
bond.
I understood
Motion
that.
to show cause.
Well,
Oh,
show
okay.
cause when they didn't pay a ticket, but on bond hearings, we're having a lot more of them because they're out on a bond. That the JP set a bond, and I don't know the time span or whatever else, but they come back to try to, either they violate it or they try to get something lowered. But a lot of times they violate. The last one that we had the problem with, he was on bond for just 2 months shy of 2 years, and apparently committed some other felonies in the process when the judge revoked his bond, and he wasn't a happy camper. But when you arrest somebody, you gotta get information from them, so you can't just like cuff them and stick them out in the hallway or stick them somewhere. You gotta do something with them,
Okay.
and you gotta take information before they can be transported. So it's definitely a problem. And I'm thinking in the neighborhood about, like $3,000 or more for something like that, because, an off-duty officer usually gets $50 an hour. What they usually charge for off-duty stuff.
You're talking about 3,000 for the whole year?
Probably for the whole year, 'cause we, and unless we get, I'm trying to track down how many more bond hearings we're gonna have. But it seems like that they're on an upswing, so.
All right.
Other than that, my other budget's the same as when I was in here before.
Would y'all like him to put that in there now?
I think you need to,
I think so.
because the JP's position with them raising the limit of what JPs can handle, their positions are gonna become busier and busier as the population grows. And between Gavin, who handles his really well, and Doc, who handles his really well, they can't be here all the time because they got vacation, they've got training and things that are more and more things that are required by the state. We need to have something in there, something that's set aside so that the JP courts can be protected.
Well, as far as vacations, the last one I had was in 2009. As far as training, I do try to do our training, which we're required to. But last year I had to cancel 2 classes because we ended up with hearings in the middle of those things. So We just had to get, it's either go to the thing and leave your court unprotected or go ahead and, do it. But the biggest thing I worry about is, we have something happen in the courtroom when we're not there, when we're messing with a prisoner, or even while we're there with the prisoner, but when we're messing with one, and then they shut down. The judge wasn't happy that we had to shut down court to begin with to do all the things, get the warrant, arrest report, and all like that.
So go ahead and add 3,000 to his proposed 2025.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do that. Can I do that during our break?
Yeah, or
Um,
actually, we need a job description, all that, right?
Yeah,
We got,
but
okay.
just
So
put it in there for the next time.
I'm curious if I may add something that with Gavin, are you having the same experience? And is this something that maybe could be shared between both?
It has not been as problematic for me, but it still happens. Now, I have been lucky that usually I've got.
You wanna come up here?
I might as
Come on up
well.
here.
I might as well. Well, it has not been as problematic for me. It has been problematic a couple of times. However, I have been also lucky enough that one of our courthouse security staff been able to yoke them in for a few minutes to try and do that transition.
Well, and that was gonna be my next question is if one of our existing bailiffs could
And
step in.
We
and
would
help.
have to coordinate with the sheriff on that.
Mhm.
But that might be a possibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
His body is his people.
If we're in separate buildings, will they be available like they are now?
Yeah, we are gonna be spread the four winds here for the foreseeable future.
Well, let me answer the availability. You were sitting out there when we had the problem. So no, the availability was not. Okay? Yeah. and
If
we
they're
asked-
sitting out there, you're saying they're not available?
But they got other things they're doing. One
Really?
stays out front there, the other one's in the courtroom and all like that. So we can't rely on, sheriff having them out here doing whatever.
If there's more than one court in session,
Yeah.
they are
They're
not
not
available
available.
because they are performing another function. And well, in this building, oftentimes we have more than one court in session. We'll have a JP court, a county court, and in some cases, the district court as well, which ties up all those resources.
So when the two of them are sitting out there, they're sitting out there because there's a courtroom in session at the time.
No, if they're sitting out there, one of them is sitting out there to provide overall courthouse security. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff. And the other one is on standby for other courts.
The other was an approved position we made for county court security.
Can you talk into the mic? Please, thank you.
You wanna come up too?
Getting crowded up there now. The new position was created last year because the premise was we were going to be in the new courthouse. Bianchi stepped up his civil limits in his court
Right.
to where he was going to start taking load off the district court. Needed a bailiff full-time in county court because he's meeting 4 out of 5 days a week, sometimes for 2 hours, sometimes for 6 or 7. It varied. So the decision was made to provide him with a full-time bailiff who you will see sitting out here if county court's not in session right now because he's on the payroll. He's assisting with Donnie. And then the other deal was when we get into the new courthouse, he would be on the second floor as well, in the proximity of the county courtroom. And he would be available as a security on the second floor, would be his double duty if he wasn't in the county courtroom. No, he doesn't have an office. He's not assigned to an office. No, he's floating in a courtroom. We have the part-time bailiffs that serve the district court, and they will also assist in county court because when it's in session, there will be 2 bailiffs in there. So in fact, he has served in district court occasionally when the bailiffs that customarily serve there, if they're on vacation or in training, are off sick. So he's floated between county and district court to learn both of them in the event we can use him for double duty in the new courthouse as well. But that's the difference between the 2 positions. Donnie's position was for the overall security of the courthouse floating between offices as well as to help assist people as they come in the lobby with a little bit of a screening process he's got going and to direct them in the right direction.
Why don't we just
And
To
We're
answer,
not making a
I'm-
decision on this, right?
to
Okay.
answer the question shortly, yes, having $3,000 or so in total. So if you split it between the two, or kept it just in Doc's budget, either or, we generally work things out amongst ourselves anyway. But yes, having that availability is nice because oftentimes all the other bailiffs are tied up.
To start the process, we'll get with Desiree to get a job description that could get approved and put it in the budget.
Because I don't want to really hire a deputy, I just want to be able to, officer them and say, hey, this day we're gonna have bond hearing, somebody may go to jail, maybe not.
It'd be more of a contract labor deal.
Yeah, because really, if possible, when the bailiff from there is not being used somewhere else. But I was informed that day that we had the problems, that wasn't their job, so I mean,
So maybe something could change
That-
internally. We might not need a new job. We might just need a
but
revised
I
job.
want to head off trouble before we have it. We already had some, but eventually we're gonna have a problem. And, when you got somebody in custody, you just can't shove them in a closet somewhere. They gotta be something special.
Well, I guess more concerned, like you said, when you get the eviction notices and things like that, you start getting some pretty,
Yeah, you already got bad blood when you come to court. If both parties come to court, there's already bad blood because one don't think you ought to get evicted, the other one, thinks he should have been out yesterday. And so they're always, they're sitting there, and then when they start testifying.
it's not where somebody goes to meet a buddy.
Bring it out and then.
No, but if we have officers that would qualify and we could just look at a redistribution of the resources, that would be preferable.
Now, it's been really good if we know ahead of time, calling the jail and the jail sending somebody to pick them up. That's been really great. I thank the sheriff on that. But our problem is that we don't know. They're not telling us ahead of time that, hey, this guy's gonna go to jail, or maybe go to jail. Even in the show calls, I mean, one girl one day just made a smart remark to the judge about paying the fine, and she said, well, that's fine, you can go to jail right now then. That was fun, then. Thank God she was the last one, so it was no problem, but, we don't know from one day to the other on those, they sent out 100 and some odd notices, like 175 notices, and we get like 4 or 5 come in. Some call ahead of time and take care of things, but some of them wait till last minute to come in and then tell the judge, well, I don't have any money, not gonna have any money or whatever. But, we are having some more and more increases on that and more problems. But the main problem is we have it in civil as well as in these bond hearings. We're having a bunch of these bond hearings. We got one at the end of this week already.
We normally have, at least in my office, we normally have at least 2 weeks' notice in most cases of the court date, the docket date. I anticipate if that funding is approved, that I was going to post it with the sheriff's permission on the off-duty board at the sheriff's office to see, hey, have you got 4 hours of your time on this date, sign up for it, so we know that we have bodies, qualified bodies in the courtroom. That's what I'm anticipating. Did you have a different idea, Don?
Yeah, basically, either that or I was gonna have like a visit beforehand and I can call up and say, hey, we got a thing that maybe touch you on such and such date.
Yeah, but they always want to go fishing. when we
Well,
call
no,
them.
yeah. But it's definitely an increase. It's definitely going, and it's gonna be more of a problem when we're split up in different places, because we don't know, right now, we don't know where we're gonna be, how close we're gonna be to anywhere. And, our courts, they're having 4 days a week in county court. Well, a lot of weeks we have 4 days worth of court. Now, some of them may not last long, some of them last a little longer. But
Well, that also brings up another thing too with this. Sheriff, with the county being spread out over the next 4 or 5 months or whatever it takes to finish the courthouse, how are we going to protect like the county clerk and the district clerk and just the general areas that really do need to have law enforcement within the building whenever we're at 2 or 3 different locations?
Nothing happens in a vacuum.
I can't hear you.
I say nothing around here happens in a vacuum. And as soon as somebody can tell me where you're going to go, then we'll start that plan. I've heard 5 or 6 different options kicked around, just looking for direction. I don't know Uh,
Sorry, gentlemen, but this is not a budget conversation.
Right.
This is gonna have to be at a different time and a different.
Session, we're talking about the budget.
No,
No.
no, sir. I'm sorry, Commissioner Cheney. This is not a budget conversation about these two gentlemen's budget. And that's what we're here to talk about right at this moment in the lunch hour. So, I mean, I'm sure the sheriff would be really happy to talk to you about that, but that's not what's on the agenda for this budget. Meeting.
We'll get to that. Doc, you done?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Is there anything y'all got
Kevin?
on my budget?
I just want to confirm though, do you want me to put in 3,000 plus the benefits on the part-time? Or
Well,
3,000?
you know what? Let's get to that whenever we get a job description and we'll bring it to court. And we'll add it.
Any benefits? I mean,
I believe it's just gonna be contract.
Part-time does have a little bit of benefits associated because of the retirement and your social security that we have to pay.
Okay.
Blah.
Gavin?
If y'all would like to break for lunch, I will come back. It's,
I would like for you to just finish up if you can. We'll be
Okay.
done with one more.
okay, we can certainly do that. Do you have any questions on our prior one? Okay, well, the other one is salary. I proposed a salary increase to 51,000 per year. I was not able to discuss this. We did a salary increase approximately 2 years ago. I was not able to discuss it last year at budget time because I was not able to do the requisite research. I was taking care of my wife at that point after a pretty serious car accident. She's doing a whole lot better, and I was able to do the research now. Consider it a mini salary survey taken from Texas Association of Counties salary survey for the most current year in our population bracket. I took all of the primary jobs with the exception of y'all's. So I took the county judge, treasurer, county clerk, district clerk, auditor, sheriff, justice of the peace, tax assessor, and the constable's position initially for everybody in our population bracket through the salary survey, which came up with we're paying between 4% above and 5% below the mean, with the exception of the constable's office, which was 18% below mean. I then broke it down into a population bracket and a budget bracket. On the population bracket.
Gavin?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to interrupt, but if you have done that much research, we're certainly not going to digest that right now while you're
Okay.
verbally telling us. Can you just give us copies of what you have there and we can look at
Absolutely.
it and make some sort of a decision at some other point?
Absolutely, we can do that.
Okay.
I told you you wanted lunch, ma'am.
I was just going by what's in the budget book.
Thank you.
That's all.
Okay.
Page 2 is broken down and bracketed by population and Worth County budget.
All right, we're gonna break for lunch. Oh, are you?
Nope, that's it.
Okay,
That's it.
we're gonna break for lunch and let's be back at 1:15. Is that okay with y'all? Or 1:20?
Whatever you decide.
Want to accommodate y'all? 1:20,
120.
Colin? All right, we are back in open session and we still have full court. And next up, Paul, did you want to, oh, Amanda, you want to? Okay.
Sit there if you really want to. Okay, okay. Okay, I haven't changed anything since the last time I was here. So I didn't know if you had any questions.
I think it's 28, is it?
Oh, 28, yes.
So we don't need to talk about step increases or anything because that's going to be removed for right now.
Yes, but if you look at the screen, it is different because during the lunch hour, I did go back and take everything.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
I can't see the screen that well.
Yeah, that is very small font. Uh,
And so the only question I had, and we talked about this last time, I just am sure to make sure I understand, under 482 court costs, I made a note that sometimes the state will reimburse us for some of those costs
yes, sometimes they will.
because they had dropped, so. Right.
Right, and before I took office, there was a very high amount that I'm sure you can get an explanation for from Tana, but since I've been in office, I've tried to kind of cut them back. But some of them are necessary, but a lot of them we do get reimbursed from the state.
That's good.
Okay, and then I have number 121, which is the law library fund.
You have 122.
Oh yeah, 122, sorry. They gave me all the pages. Which I didn't really make any changes to. We just have that subscription, sorry. I've been a little under the weather. The subscription to Westlaw, which is the database where everybody can come and look up anything that they're looking for. And then just some added money in case the computer breaks or the desk or whatnot breaks and we need to replace it. Any questions there?
Nope.
Okay, and 131 is the asset forfeiture summary and the actual breakdown is on 132. Currently, there's about $25,000 in the asset forfeiture account. I'm really just mostly allocating money in case I want to buy some furniture. Depending on where we're gonna be, might need some furniture. And oil, gas maintenance for our investigator's car. Things like that.
And you dropped that amount down. Got you.
I dropped
For
down
motor
that
vehicle repair.
for the vehicle repair, yes, because we bought him a new truck
Yeah.
and previously he was in an older vehicle, so we should need less maintenance on a new vehicle.
And I
And
think you said those donations get distributed on the Coastal Bend Day of Giving.
yes, I try to time it where it goes then, so it really maximizes the effect. So you'll see that around end of October or November. And then we have the pretrial intervention fund, which is line item number 144. Which all of those funds just come in through our pretrial diversion program. None of that money gets spent by my office. It just gets sent to the probation office because they're the one that supervise the people that we put on pretrial diversions.
You got any other questions?
I tried to keep it tight.
No, it is, even with your percent, even with your raises, you're at 1.38% more than you were last year, take away those raises. And that's gonna be all of it, and that's gonna be function of Commissioners Court.
Right.
But, now you're good.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Amanda.
Tell me.
I have 1 second. Real quick.
Okay. But you don't need. Yes, sir. You need. Okay. Hang on, Jeremy.
Oh, unless it's on my desk. Hey, what page is he on?
He's on 40,
Yeah,
49.
49, 102, and 206.
Yeah, what's?
And I'll have it up on the screen too, here in just a minute.
Okay. Sorry.
All right. Good afternoon.
Did you have this, Pat? That was for
Oh.
Tony. I have one.
Yeah. And you, they gave us something like.
That's not mine. That's what I was asking.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you see that on the screen?
No.
Got some Zoom glasses or something, zoom it in a little bit.
Right there. I see that. That's the environmental, correct?
That's environmental, and that includes the extra position that you asked for.
And I have a question about that, Anthony.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Before you took over for environmental health. So I don't remember if it was a year and a half ago. I think the court approved that we would do the inspections for Fulton for food establishments. And my question at the time was, do we have the staff to accommodate that, or is that going to require, and this isn't on you, Bud, or is that going to require extra staffing here? And we were assured, no, we have the staff, we could handle it. But now we're looking to add a full-time employee to help with food inspections.
Well, it's for the health department. They've also picked up not only Fulton, they've got the swimming pools, and we're getting a lot of complaints from the motels and stuff for bed bugs and anything of that nature, excuse me, health related.
You're getting complaints about the hotels, or the
Yes,
hoteliers
well,
themselves are calling and saying. they
They're
can't
not
get-
calling. There's been people that stay there, and they have to go investigate it, and they have to keep going back and forth. There's been a lot of, like 5 or 6 already this year. The swimming pools also, they gotta keep to, I'm not exactly sure what he does, but they have to be up to regulations.
And are those the swimming pools in the hotel or the city swimming pool?
It's the motels.
Okay,
But to keep in compliance, the inspector has to do 2 inspections per year for everything that has food related. That's Dollar Generals, that's everything. And I'll get more data so I can get more. I've told him to start working on it because he's never really kept record because he's behind. We're so far behind and there's no way. Even if I mean, just with the hours he works on an 8-hour day and trying to keep up everything, he's always behind. So we're really never, ever in compliance. Picking up Fulton was a big job.
So, and I did not know this, but I'm learning stuff every day. So stores that have any kind of food supplies have to be inspected also?
Yes, all the new gas stations, all the new food trucks that come in, they have to have permitted, they have to
And
be
these food trucks.
inspected. Anything has food, Dollar Generals, Dollar Trees, Walmarts,
Twice a year, and then if there are any complaints to follow up on that.
absolutely.
You only have one employee doing that right now?
Yes, yes, sir.
So the places that don't prepare food, I'm thinking you have to do temperatures and coolers and freezers and stuff
Absolutely.
like that.
Yes, you have to. Like
That's
all the
interesting.
restaurants, everything has the chicken and stuff has to.
So, and how do we currently don't we get money from Rockport and
I'm unaware of that.
do we get funds from them for doing any of it?
Nor do we
Not
have
that-
Fulton either.
We're s-
We do.
That's what I thought. So Tony, anything from a food trailer on to say HEB, you're inspecting every
Yeah,
facility?
yes, sir. And he's open, just in the last 2 months, we've opened 7 new establishments. And it's.
7 new establishments that have food involved in them.
Yes, restaurants or any kind of.
We don't get nothing from the city of Rockport for health inspections?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh,
Or Fulton.
Because they have been with their regular, remember, and I invoiced.
Yeah, they had their chief
Yes.
of police had been doing it before, right? In Fulton and
And we took it over. But we took it over and there was nothing mentioned about charging them any fees.
But we do collect the fees from like the city of Rockport.
When they get a permit, yes, we do get the fees for that. They do have to get a permit from us, but there's not anything additional that we charge Fulton for.
Oh.
And I think that when Alma billed them, it possibly was the money that they had already collected and they turned over to us. Is what I remember them
Oh.
doing.
Does the code relative to what he does, or his office does, do they allow us to charge them anything? Like we would do on animal control or anything like that?
I
think
can't,
we should
I have to
research-
look and see.
I think we
Commissioner.
should research that.
Yeah.
If
We'll have
doing
to,
something
because
for them that we could be collecting, we need to be doing it.
we'll have
Yeah,
to
I've
look
never
at the
been told.
interlocal, because we've got an interlocal, so we can look at that and see. I'm not aware of anything.
Is Amanda coming back in here? Cause she might have.
No, ma'am.
No, she's not.
You haven't run anything like when you're at a conference and stuff like that, you've never heard them talk about funding from cities in the counties or?
No, sir. I haven't heard any. I asked if we were getting any kind of funding for doing this and then he said no.
Could you check though, since we have an interest in it? With some of your
I can look into.
other people who have similar jobs in other counties? And see if they have some sort of a fee agreement in place?
We have an interlocal, so we can check that and see if there's any provision in it for
Okay,
collecting
okay.
anything.
Yeah.
Other than them just paying for.
If
the
we didn't
permit
put it in
to
that
us.
local though, but. You know,
If
I'm
we-
just saying, we need to research and make sure we're
Yes.
missing something that we can
Right.
collect from them.
Maybe we're supposed to collect enough fees that pay for that position. And
So when you
I don't know
inspect
what
it, do you charge them a fee for?
Yes, there's an inspection fee and there's
And how
also.
much is that?
It depends. I'm not 100% sure on. the
is that
exact
set by the
charge.
state?
Yes, state regulated.
Well, when I was auditing them, it was $25 and it was like $100 for the food trucks for the one-time things. But I haven't looked at it in several years, so I'd have to verify and see exactly how much we're
Yeah, let's
getting.
check into that, see if
Okay.
we might be missing something that we.
Yeah.
yeah,
Under professional services, you have 3,600 in there. Do you know what?
Is that for
Professionals.
this, we're still in environmental health, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I answer that for you, Tony?
Go ahead. Yes, please.
Sorry. That was when Jeff had retired and he came
Oh,
back and
that's-
worked for several months as a
Trainer.
contract, under contract is what that is.
So can we take it out?
Are we still using him as a contract
No.
employee
No.
sometimes?
No, good, we probably.
In the
strike
seat.
that.
So let's take that out. 3,600. Y'all, you got it. All right. What's your next one? 102. Mosquito control.
Mosquito control. Do you, I made a packet that shows the invoices for the chemicals.
But we just got that this morning, so I haven't looked
I'm
at it.
trying
They're
to,
going through some of that right now.
yeah, well, I mean, it's, that's what I was talking. I try to do that quarterly. Try that invoice right there. I try to fill that quarterly as far as the chemicals, because we're going through that much. We really, because I'm spraying at least 3-4 times a week. I know it doesn't appear, but we are.
No,
What side of the
I
street?
see the truck going through my neighborhood.
It's.
I think you need to put a bell like an ice cream truck on there. When you go through town, people know you're there.
It's.
Maybe a different sound than the ice cream truck.
In all honesty,
It was good. It was, when we had a handle on it, I thought, for a while, and then just, it's gotten bad. So they'll be out every day this week.
I had one citizen that suggested that we put I'm serious, put like a big mosquito or something on those trucks so that they could easily see. Of course, they got the big thing in the back.
Well, they have a yellow flashing light and they're spraying chemicals
I know it.
and going like 10 miles an hour.
Like a mosquito
Yeah.
bug instead of the ice cream.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or do you expect that cost to stay the same next year?
No, it's gonna keep going up. I talk to the salesman all the time, and he's like, they have to. And also the machinery that we're using, since we're using it so much and it's old. The stuff they had, I'm not sure on the dates, but I've went through, we've got 3 that we're using for parts to keep them, the other ones going. I purchased one this year, new, haven't had any problems with it. I'm gonna try to purchase one every year if we can until we're
I
back
think
up.
they used to be on rotation where we were replaced them before they got too bad.
Well, like I said, they're taking the worst ones they had, they're out of service. They're taking parts whenever another part breaks, tubes or whatever, and they're replacing it with the other ones.
So
But the machine itself, it's like $12,000.
I will say, is that in the budget? That's why I'm looking at 11,000, almost 12,000.
Is that the 15,000
That
increase?
should be down there at the 15, I believe, that's what it was.
Can't those be paid with healthcare sales tax?
Well,
I mean, we pay for the
To be
chemicals,
honest-
can we pay for the sprayers too?
actually, all of the mosquito control budget that's not from property taxes is transferred from healthcare
Yeah,
sales tax.
okay.
So Anthony, under group insurance, mosquito control drivers used to be just considered temporary. Has their status changed now? So we provide group health insurance to them?
No, they're still temporary.
Then why do we have group insurance in there?
Because of the full-time employees that are one in environmental health and one in transfer station, they do a little bit of work for mosquito control.
And so it's just a portion of those 2 employees?
Just a portion.
Okay,
of
thank you.
those two.
So are you still having a hard time getting drivers for the?
I just hired one last week. Yeah, it is hard. That was another thing I believe it's on there somewhere. For the part-time or the temporary employees, up the wages cause what is it, 1271, 1274, depending on what department. To maybe right around 15, so we can get more interest. They're limited hours, so you're not gonna, it'll all balance, it should all balance out.
Cause they only spray like what, 6 to
They're
midnight or
supposed to get
something?
29 hours a week. Now, like on a week, like this week, I'm gonna run them over, but they get, I think it's 1,000 a year that they're allowed to use. So if, as long as you keep it below that, and we're way below that, we're only like at 300s on all these employees.
But usually when they do a shift, is their shift like a 6 or 8 hour?
It's
or
10 hours.
10-hour shift?
10 hours.
Okay.
They'll run 2 10s and 1 9. But we try to alternate it to where we can get out as much as possible. But like when it's super bad, I have to go over that 29.
But as far as labor laws, you said you're keeping them underneath that 1,000 hours.
What's that?
You're keeping them underneath the maximum
Oh,
hours.
absolutely. Yeah, we're doing really well.
Okay.
Like I said, we're at like 300 on most of them.
Which is why it would help to have a couple more temp drivers so that you are able to keep them within that required.
I would think, you know,
I don't have
if you can't.
trucks.
He can't fill the positions he has now.
Best indication
I don't
that
have-
you're
I don't
not
have
paying
equipment
them is you
either.
don't have the job still.
I would like that, but I don't have the equipment either. We're down, we got 5 trucks. And now I got 4 temporary and I have the supervisor that runs out there at night too.
How long does it take you to get a new sprayer?
2, 3, last one I ordered only took like 3 weeks. Wasn't bad. They're pretty quick. It's just, you know, I held off because I didn't want to, you know, it's a lot of money. I didn't know.
You didn't realize there's gonna be all these mosquitoes out
I like that.
No, I knew that, but
I like this idea of replacing one every year, or every other
there.
year.
I've been doing that all the time.
Yeah, I've been doing that all the time.
Been doing that.
Maybe you could bring a revised job description to court outside of budget with a different
yes.
pay on it.
Yeah, that's.
Cause I think, I mean, I see the Dairy Queen and the Whataburger every day I'm driving up and down 35, how much they pay per hour.
$13, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're in an air conditioned place, so. I
And
think
the
it's
hours
realistic.
they're working too are not the best.
Yeah, they're working nights.
So that might be a good way to address it.
Yeah, I was gonna revisit it. I was gonna bring it up later.
You have another one? Very
I have,
206.
Yeah, 206.
oh, that was also, there was also the purchasing of the truck, 2 trucks. I've been looking and I know we'd like to purchase new, but I can't find anything worth the money. I mean, they're astronomical right now, the price of vehicles. But I have found some used ones that are low miles, seems like they'd work out pretty good. Like, it looks like I could purchase 2 for the same price I was budgeted for 1. So,
But don't you usually, in the past, they've always taken the new ones and used them for the inspectors and stuff, and that's
Mhm.
what they're driving
yes, sir.
down to the
Yeah, that's what we do is we
spray eats them up pretty bad.
give it to the transfer station. The transfer station gives us theirs to the mosquito. But like I said, we had a mosquito sprayer. The truck was inoperable. They pulled it out back. It's out back in the transfer station. It won't be fixed. It can't be fixed. Something's wrong with the electrical in it. It's fried. So I mean, it's not worth spending the money to fix it where you can get something else. I don't even know what's wrong with it. I inherited that. They said that you can't start it. The motor's fried, everything's fried on it.
All right, now we're on transfer station.
Okay. Oh, boy.
I know you put in for step increases. I don't know if you heard earlier decision that right now the judge is saying, let's just look at a flat budget as far as salaries and step increases are concerned,
Okay.
and then later decide. So,
Okay.
okay.
All right.
So on motor vehicle repairs and maintenance, there you have 90,000, which is lower than last year, but I'm looking at what you've spent to date, which is 7 months, and it's about 11,000. So do you think 90,000 is still realistic going into next year?
We're starting to have a lot of breakdowns, a lot.
Okay.
So. What was it before?
All right.
The big trucks are the ones that.
Yeah, the big trucks, that's what I'm talking about. They're starting to break down on me quite often. So if I could, what we have it at 96, right?
It's at 90 for 25. It's 96 and 24.
Can't we just keep it at 96 then? Or-
Well, if 96 is a more realistic figure, I think that's what it probably should be. Don't you
Yes,
think?
I think so. It's one of the big trucks go down, they're expensive.
So keep it at 96.
Yes, sir.
All right, you got any other questions for Anthony? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin, come on up.
I don't have any changes since the last workshop, and I did hear y'all's comments about step increases, so I understand that they've been taken out of the budget.
About what did you say?
The step increase.
I've understood that y'all have taken them out of the budget.
And we're gonna take out, so that 61,000, that was for that scanner.
So 50 out of the capital outlay and equipment or office furniture and equipment, 55,000 of it was for the scanner. And then the maintenance agreement, 7,000 of that was for the scanner. So it's separated into two separate items.
So we're pulling the scanner.
Yes.
Is that 570 or?
Thought it was
The one you
570.
just said. It's 55,000.
So 570 should be reduced by 55,000. And then 418 should be reduced by 7,000.
What was the second one? Kevin, what'd you say the second one was?
The second one is line 418.
418. And it goes to what now?
Down by 7,000.
It'll go to 6,000.
Okay, so it stayed at 42? No. 47.
It's reducing by 7,000. I don't know what the math.
So it goes to
I know.
6.
47,000 for
Seven.
maintenance agreement. And then 6,100 for office furniture and equipment.
How much for the office furniture and equipment? 61?
6,100.
Yes, that one is right. Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Kevin. Judge, would you like to go next?
Happy to get that. I'm just not sure that y'all really want me to go. Want me to go at all?
Judge and commissioners, thank you very much for your time. You will see our budget. It has gone up a little bit from last year.
One of the reasons is that we are giving our employees a 5% raise. Now, that's a multi-county expense. That's not exclusive to Aransas County. All of the counties will be bearing their portion of that burden, but not to too great an extent. It's not, I think Sam Pat is the one that's getting hit the hardest with that, obviously.
Is this for the district court or is this?
Yes, this is all
Okay.
district court.
Okay,
That's all I'm talking about.
Page 23.
okay.
We have taken $10,000 out of professional services. We have raised the attorney's fees. And we also have raised the pettit juror fees now, and travel and meals. And it kind of gets me to the crux of our matter and what will actually affect these expenses. And that is where we're going and how long it's going to be. Because if we don't move easily and quickly, then our juries will cease. We will not be able to have juries. We have a number, in fact, I've got 2 juries right now that require a large space because I have one who is a habitual sex offender. And the other one, it's his first sex offense, but those require large panels for us to seat a jury. If we don't have a space for those large panels, then the defendant stays in jail. Now, the one that has to be tried very quickly, and frankly, he's set for August 26th. I have a concern that we won't have this space available on August 26th. He is a habitual sex offender. He is currently incarcerated. He will be released in June of 25 if a jury doesn't find that he suffers from a mental proclivity toward this activity. But we have to find a jury that can give this gentleman a fair and impartial trial, knowing that he has had at least 2 previous convictions for aggravated sexual assault and is currently incarcerated. And that is very difficult to do when you only have 80 people. You really have to have right around 140 or 150. And that will really cram our courtroom here, but we can. If we cannot find that space, and I will tell you, the high school, absolutely, it's a sex offender. They will not allow it. Churches will not allow it. We need that kind of space. So again, I've got them on the August 26th docket, hoping, fingers crossed, that we can have a trial here then. That's just one of the many challenges that the district courts have because of our inability to move into the courthouse. If we move into a smaller space, some of our jury trials may be able to proceed, our state jail felonies and maybe 3rd-degree felonies that don't require such a large veneer to get a jury that can be fair and impartial. And obviously, if we don't have the juries, then the pettit juror expense will be significantly lower. The grand jury expense will probably be close to the same because the grand jury is going to keep indicting people. And the problem with that is that if we keep indicting these men and women and we go arrest these men and women, they are just going to sit in the jail if they can't make bond and fill up our jail because we can't move their case. And I will tell you, the defendants in Aransas County have gotten real smart and they are just demanding a jury trial. And the longer that jury trial is put off, the more likely the witnesses are going to disappear, are going to forget that the evidence is going to go away, and then their cases get dismissed. And if the case is dismissed, these men and women are returned to our community. The habitual sex offender, aggravated sexual assault, I will tell you, he has a conviction for raping young boys, and his home is here. When they release him, he's coming back here. And I am extremely concerned, but be that as it may, from a budget perspective, if we don't go anywhere or we go somewhere very small, this budget will be significantly less. Any questions?
Sounds like the sexual predators, you might have to get a change of venue to New York or California to come up with that jury.
We can't.
I don't think it'd be in
Yeah.
South Texas.
We can't change our venue,
I know.
Commissioner. And no, you're incorrect. We have those same kind of trials and cases tried in San Patricio County, in B, Live Oak, and McMullen, and we find jurors. But we will not be able to find a juror if a seated jury if we can't have at least 105 has been the minimum I've seen a jury selected on these kind of cases. And I think 180 was, or 82 may have been the most that we've seen. But we can get those juries, but we have to have the space.
We are working on that.
I understand.
We spent an hour and a half in closed session, so I think we're getting closer.
All right, well, just
Okay.
know that our time on some of these cases is running out.
Right.
And we will not have we have no authority or discretion to retain these individuals. They will be released. I'm just giving y'all
No, I appreciate
cold
your
hard facts.
forthrightness.
Okay. Any questions about the budget that we are presenting? None? All right. Well, thank you again for
Thank
your
you.
time and your attention. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge. Iris. Oh, Iris is at 3. Iris, would you like to go now?
Yeah, she said.
It'll take a long time with her. She's always got so many.
All right. Hello, Judge Commissioners. Let me see. Oh. Well, other than another 1,000 for books, that's the only thing on the budget that's different from last year's.
And we're looking at a budget though that is year-to-date through July, so 7 out of the 12 months, and you've spent less than $1,500.
Yes, ma'am.
Even though 23,000 is allocated.
Mhm.
And last year, 14,300 was spent. So I'm
We had
wondering if
a big-
those could come down a little.
We have some years are good from the Friends and other years is they put their money towards something else. This year they've got it towards something else, so I will be using the budget for books. Any questions?
Any questions? No? Very good. Thanks. Madam Treasurer.
Do you know if he's changed anything on mine, because this is the one I printed from before, but not that it's changed. Only thing I changed was the step increases. The what? The step increases, I took them out. On everybody or just mine? No, everybody.
Across the board. No,
That's fine.
all the departments.
Actually, on the treasurer's, I don't know what page it is on y'all's book, or y'all,
32.
the county treasurer. So I had put 5,000 in office supplies and equipment. We can probably actually scratch that because when before, I didn't know if I needed a desk with a little reception area, and then Renee said she could build one. We needed some chairs, and so we found chairs out of this courtroom and stuff, so we'd probably take that 5,000 off.
Do we need to leave it at 3,000 or just take it completely out?
Maybe leave 1,000 there for whatever incidentals of moving, but I don't need the furniture like what we had talked about. Huh?
I was gonna say, you're gonna have to still pay for it.
She'll charge you for the labor that it takes for the people to build it.
So then maybe we leave with over 1,000 maybe? Let's change that from 5,000 to 1,000 for if the reception thing.
Thank you, Alma.
Thank you.
And then nothing else has changed on that one. If you want to go to indigent healthcare, even 520, I don't know what page it is. I did get some numbers from the tax assessor, so
138.
we do have the numbers of how much we're gonna budget for that. And
So the next time we get our pages, it'll have those figures.
did
In
you
here?
put those in
Okay.
already?
Those are the one of the packets that I
Right.
did give you this morning.
Is it this one?
No, ma'am, it will be legal.
Oh, I see, I see.
And so was the total 1,300,000?
For your fund balance. that
No,
we're-
the expenditures that we're gonna put this year.
Yeah, it's 1.5 million.
1.5, and it was 1.2, so it's 300, roughly 300,000 higher than what. But as you well know, like we saw this morning, I'm not even spending half of that, but
And was the distribution done just as a percentage? When
between the categories,
Well, when you plug what I guess Anna gave us what the proposed tax would be, then how did those new figures?
That,
Alma comes up with those figures based on what she. on her
so she
history.
gives me the gross tax levy, and so whatever the gross tax levy is I take 8%, so 8% is what we budget to the indigent, and then of that amount, I pro-rationally put it between the different categories of emergency room, hospital, all that other stuff. Sarita and me went over it and figured it.
Okay,
And if one or the other goes over, it doesn't matter that much because it's all in
Right.
that fund.
Same bucket.
and then it is funded by the healthcare sales tax.
Then
am
on
I
the,
missing though, at the very bottom on page 138? It doesn't show any transfer to the healthcare sales tax? Are we thinking we won't do one for this year?
We will not. That was a one-time transfer in 24.
Or at least
Well-
right now, we don't plan to.
actually, we could because we're not spending the money. So if y'all want to make it a yearly thing where we see where we're at and transfer it, it's okay with me because I would rather the money go into healthcare sales tax and be used for the other things that we use it for.
Great. Thank you.
So it's gonna become a yearly transfer?
Yes, but
Well,
do
if
you
funds are
know,
available.
an estimated amount, or we're just gonna leave the
Well,
zero in budget?
I could
and
come
then-
up with the amount for you to do for next year. So the next time you meet, you'll have that number, but it does no good sitting in the indigent healthcare because I only spend so much and that's it. So that's just money that can be used for.
So a question on a previous budget that we were talking about, okay. Since we pay for mosquito trucks and stuff out of healthcare sales tax. If those trucks first go to the transfer station, does that preclude us from using that money?
If go to environmental health, they don't go to the transfer station, and we have one environmental health officer that pays the healthcare sales tax too, so I'm not.
Yeah,
sure
but
that
what
it's
I was
included.
asking, normally when they buy a new truck,
No, I
they
understand.
give them to somebody else and they pass down the old ones. So I would assume maybe that if they're used by environmental health and not mosquito control, they couldn't be paid for out of that fund.
I think they can because we're paying for one of the employees out of there, so I don't know why it would be a problem, and
Is that what you usually do with buying their trucks? Does it come out of health?
they've done both. They've done, usually when they buy the ones for mosquito control, they're the smaller, like the Colorados and stuff. What they have in the past bought the full,
Now.
yeah, exactly.
So how do you figure, do you just come up with a base amount that you transfer to the mosquito, or are you doing it per the mosquito's expenses?
It's just based on mosquito expenses, the total expenses less the tax rate, because we put like 0.990 of
I just
the,
wasn't sure that we were paying for those vehicles out of that fund. Since
I'm not sure that they always do that, Commissioner. They may,
We might overlook.
we'll look at it and see.
Well, if you're,
The mosquitoes with, if it has to be used for that, to spend that money.
Well, he's looking, this fund especially, he's looking at used vehicles, so probably would just put those in to mosquito.
yeah. And so if it is budgeted, then it would be included, right? Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Yeah.
And then in the environmental health, he's talking about needing another inspector. There's no reason why, if we're paying for one of the inspectors, why the second one couldn't be paid out of the
Okay.
healthcare sales tax, as well as, well, he's talking about giving the mosquito temporary people a raise. That's all included in the money coming out of the healthcare sales tax, so. Not to beat that fund up, but that money is there to be spent on the community, so.
Yeah. So
It looks like we
if
have a
they're
need.
inspecting facilities and things like that, that's a help.
So if y'all consider the second health inspector, then we can consider moving the money out of, I don't know what we're down to on the healthcare sales tax. Have we already beat it to death?
We haven't looked at it
Yeah.
yet, but I don't know where we're at on it.
I think there's plenty of room for that.
You can bring it when we look at the budget next time, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Then on the healthcare sales tax, I don't know what other requests that you got. Did you get the normal Halo flight and ambulance? Y'all have all that already?
Yes,
Which page is that?
that is 141.
So has the ambulance company requested a raise? I mean, that would come out of there too, wouldn't
It does, but we have not seen anything, any new agreement to date yet. So we don't have anything different than what we currently have.
They've talked about it, but I haven't seen no requests.
I've not
So
seen
we
anything.
need to
come
budget
through.
something in case they come up.
You can.
They were asking for $700,000, which is significant.
That was
I know.
But I think that was for total.
Right.
Mhm. Put 450,000 in there, it gives an extra 150 in case they do come in sometime during their year and ask. If that's okay with y'all.
You move from 300 to 450?
Mhm.
And keep in mind that our sales and healthcare sales tax receipts are not cresting. They're not,
They're
what,
kinda
the
staggered.
last time I gave you the paper, Judge, it was like a 2%,
Mhm.
maybe, if even that much. So I don't know what's with that. People are in town, but it's just not increasing. Same way with the hotel motel and the venue tax.
I don't know if this is a good year to put in an increase for that. I mean, putting in an increase for real transportation, which is just 25,000, but 150,000 is a whole lot more than that.
We can leave it at 3, and then if there's something, we can always do a budget amendment if something comes through later in the year.
can we, let's see what it looks like. Leaving it in there, that'd be okay right now, and see what kind of cushion we have.
Be all right.
Sure.
Just remember, if we got a cut, we know where it's from.
That's, well, yeah,
Well, but that one's healthcare sales tax, so
That's
it's
right.
not,
Yeah,
it's not general funds.
that's
so-
right.
yeah, but they have been talking, and from their last talk, it looks like it's coming.
Well, it's been about 2 or 3 years now that they have talked about it, but we've never had anything come before commissioners.
I would think as the population goes up here, it's inevitable that we're gonna have more
Yeah.
ambulance service.
Well, I guess my concern about adding it is that, it's a legitimate need, but in the future for another ambulance to be placed maybe in the area, because they're always short of ambulances right now as far as with their transportation.
I even think Stephanie said not a whole ambulance, but a unit. so
Yeah.
They could do a medical unit, but not an ambulance.
No, you're right.
Our would just be a portion.
Mhm. So you want to put 150 or 100?
What's the fund balance look like?
Oh, I don't know, what's the? Oh, there's like 3, yeah, there's, 400,000, but we haven't moved everything over.
Right. We haven't added in the revenues. I mean, it's still last year's revenues.
So we can,
I don't have it.
we could leave the 150?
Yes.
I believe so.
All right.
$195.
So y'all wanna go with the hotel motel and the venue? That one is still,
Page 80.
Page 80.
still hard to predict the revenues on the hotel motel, but, Jackie should have gotten most all the requests for funding. I guess we're still doing the 4% for the Rockport Center for Arts and the Maritime Museum, or did we change that?
No, they haven't been changed.
Okay.
Sorry.
So the-
Calculate.
The city had a meeting last week with all their hot funds applicants. And the city wants to bring in and they want to hire an in-person marketing person to do the marketing for everybody. So it's up in the air. They haven't voted on it, but they're gonna take marketing out of everybody's request and put it to this one position. And they asked if we want to go in on that. I don't know how the commissioners feel about it. Maybe we need someone from the city or whoever to come and present to the court,
We need to wait till next year and let them get a little track record.
Yeah.
or wait till next year, keep it the way it is.
Yeah, I'm with that one, the experience on their hotel collection program that they got, that they spent all the money on and then threw it away. And I had looked at it and decided not to do it, which I'm glad I didn't, so. This is it. Oh, the judge. Oh.
All
The
right,
collections for I look at the venue because venue is countywide for all properties and it's 94, the year to date of last year we're sitting at 94% of what we collected last year, so.
So venue, what page is that?
Yeah, the venue,
Oh,
well,
I'm sorry.
venue and hotel motel. I look at the venue revenues to give me a guidance of how things are going because that's for all properties when we only collect the hotel motel on some of them. Does that make sense? So for me to look at my trending, I look at the venue and it's at 94% of what we collected last year. So I don't know, people are in town. I just don't understand why the money isn't there, but.
And Are you feeling comfortable, especially with the Airbnbs and the VRBOs that are here? And I know a few years ago, there was an item that came across the court where we were going to just accept the payments from that one
The
entity.
VRBO home away, and I'm not comfortable with that. I would really like to get out of the contract. They send us the money, but I don't know who it's for. So can I
Right.
say that everything that they take in through Aransas County is coming to us? I feel assured of that. I just don't know who it is.
You feel assured that
Yes.
the collections that we're receiving for Aransas
Yes,
County are
because we've
legitimate?
been on many sites looking to make
Okay.
sure they charge the guests the 7%, and if that happens, it comes back to us. Airbnb is a different thing. I feel like there are some properties that they don't set up to pay to charge the guests the tax or to pay it to the county. Or, I don't know, that's a tough one. But as far as all the management firms, the hotels here, I feel like we have a grasp on probably 90% of the people and making them pay. There's always a little houses that pop up, and I mean, it is a chore to chase these people down and to find that they're renting, and then, but I feel comfortable that my office is doing a very good job at it.
No, I just wondered what you felt the compliance was, because I know I've heard the city is looking at that idea of a marketing person, but bringing them on like in October and having them get a marketing plan that'll be effective by the first of the year when people are making travel plans, I think, and taking the marketing money away from the individual
But
entities is probably.
when they take the money away from the chamber, it's not like the chamber's gonna quit advertising. Are they gonna do the same thing the chamber's doing?
Not sure.
I don't know either.
But I know that the concern that I heard was expressed is they feel like the number of visitors is down. And I just question that. I mean, I hear what the AC&D is saying they're selling in the way of beach permits. We all know from being in town, it doesn't seem like the number of visitors are down. So I'm
The
just.
traffic, I look at the traffic. I mean,
Yes.
they're-
That's
they're-
why
they're
I'm just
here.
curious about how legitimate some of the collections are that we're getting. Thank you for explaining.
And if we ever felt like one of our hotels, for example, I feel like some of those smaller ones are not reporting at all. We do have the capability in the statute or the order that we made that we can audit them if we wanted to. And so if I ever felt like I needed to do that, we could, but as far as the hotels go, they're pretty much all on board.
Yeah, and they're also saying though that their numbers are down. Just curious.
All right. Thank you.
Did I cover all my things? We're done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Colin, you may go now.
Okay.
All right, ready, Tana? Okay. So before lunch, I did make a couple changes on mine. I dropped my miscellaneous maintenance back down, about 30,000, almost 28,000.
That's 455.
My 455, I was able to drop that one back down. I was looking at my run on it, and I didn't see a reason after all to raise that one up. So I went ahead and brought that one back down.
Did you bring it to what it is this year?
I
or
did
is
bring it back down to what it is
So-
this year.
58,250?
Yes, ma'am. The only other modification on my budget that has changed is the inclusion of the jury management software, the annual maintenance for that, and the rapid pay. And then I also added the second year of the Microsoft contract for all our Microsoft licensing back into my maintenance, because we renewed at the end of and now this would be, or the beginning of this year was year one, and next year will be year two of that Microsoft agreement. in that maintenance line that was originally in my 570 for this year. So that is basically just flipped back into my maintenance line.
And the Microsoft is countywide.
That is our countywide Office, Word, server licensing and everything else. And then there was also a small increase of about $20,000 to Tyler Enterprise Justice, formerly known as Odyssey. And that's pretty much all that's changed in my budget.
Why was there such a big change in 570?
The 570, most of my major capital expenses have been completed that I had intended to do. I've now just got some of the costs for replacing if I have a problem with some of my major hardware, like our network firewall, which is in and of itself close to $90,000. That major piece of hardware that is critical to our infrastructure. I try to keep those costs, at least if I have to replace something like that, in my budget.
Thank you.
Thanks for, thank you.
And I didn't talk about my salary stuff because I know y'all took that out, but I am going to sit down with Desiree because I do want to change up some job description and stuff to try to reorganize my department and hopefully qualify them for some raises and step increases based on their performance and things that I feel like they've earned. But I know that was already removed from here, so I didn't even bother bringing that up, but I just wanted to point that out.
All right.
Judge McGinnis.
Yeah, Judge.
$26.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon.
Not much change in yours, just a tiny bit.
I try to go bare bones. That's what I've done.
Do what?
So most of mine are just bare bones. I don't have much.
So Judge, did the city ever fix you up a room to use for your courtroom over there where you?
I created one while I'm there, yes, and it's not a courtroom, private. But yes, I did create a space in order for me to use as a courtroom myself.
Any chance that Judge McGinnis could use that room too?
Judge Dupnick.
Judge
Judge
Dupnick,
Dubnik?
it's actually my desk.
That doesn't sound like that meets all of the requirements that we were hearing earlier.
It is my desk. I have two podiums like this for a defendant and a plaintiff, and I have nine
Probably
chairs.
good that you're out of the way over there.
I'm pretty much set myself up to where I can handle my caseload. I don't believe I'm gonna be able to handle anybody else coming in there using it unless I'm out. They would just be using my
Yeah.
desk.
Alrighty, well,
Okay.
you good, you good?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Desiree.
Desiree, you ready?
She had her hand up.
Hello. I don't believe I had any changes from the first workshop.
I can tell you from some of the other discussions, you're gonna have some work. Some folks who want to change job descriptions.
Mhm.
And I don't know if you heard, the comment's been made a few times that right now they're dropping the step increases out of the budget and those will be addressed later.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
By the court. So. Yeah, you don't have any wishes, okay?
No,
How did open enrollment go? Pretty well?
it went pretty well. It did.
All right. Thank
Do you
you.
have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank
Happy
you.
anniversary.
Oh, thank you.
Blake?
Blake?
Good afternoon, everyone. I got a couple changes since the last time we met. Line 14 or line 418 maintenance agreements, I use that for my software, for my diagnostic laptop or my diagnostic computer and stuff. So there's certain equipment that we didn't have the software for just because it wasn't available by the dealer. Here a couple weeks ago, I was able to acquire a diagnostic tablet that can do everything now from half ton all the way up to our off-road heavy equipment. And that was within my budget for this year. So now I can do, I couldn't get into the sheriff's Tahoes they're just acquiring. So I'll be able to do that now. John Deere, New Holland, a bunch of other things. So my current subscription now is $4,824. The new subscription is going to be $1,495. But when I purchased this, they had a deal where if I turn in an old diagnostic scanner, I can get an extra year of subscription for free. So we're actually good all the way up to 2026. So that's going to save us quite a bit of money, probably about $9,600. So that needs to be changed. I have one other subscription with another diagnostic system that's the last 2 years. I've looked at the invoices, the last 2 years, it's been $3,996 annually. So I'd like to change 418 to $4,100. 4,100.
41.
Yes, ma'am. Just so if it does, it hasn't increased in the last 2 years, but in case I want to have a little bit more, just in case it does increase in January. And
What was that other change? Did you make that other change, he said?
They're both in that same.
Oh,
line.
it's all on the same line, sir. I was just explaining.
Oh,
And I also, and also with me being able to scan and I'm gonna be able to keep more things in-house to work on. So line 410, I'd like to change that to $12,000. Because
I like the direction you're going.
yes, ma'am, we're trying. I'm personally, I come from personal, from the private section where we got to try to keep everything in-house. So we're working towards that, trying to get everything in-house and not sent out to the dealer, because it is expensive when we have to call out event, dealership or anything for them to come out and fix something.
Do you have kind of software on your fuel system out there?
On the fuel system, yeah, like just for like heavy equipment or anything, or
Well, on your.
like after
On
treatment.
your fuel tanks and stuff, your metering system.
We
Surprised
do,
it's not-
we do have a computer system where it does, like all our transactions and everything is put in. And when the guys, they go and they scan it, everything pulls up, like how many gallons and who it was, what time it was and everything like that. So,
So that's came with the new fuel system we bought here a couple of years ago.
yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Before I got on. Yes.
That's working out well.
Yeah. So far, so we've had a little bugs here and there, but
What kind of shrinkage do we have?
sorry.
What kind of shrinkage do we? have?
Maybe anywhere from 200-300 gallons at a time, but sometimes
Out of how many gallons?
I'm sorry.
Out of how many gallons?
Probably,
We're talking about like 2%, 5%.
it's probably around 2 to 5%,
That's good.
somewhere around there. Yes, sir. And if there is, usually at the beginning of the month, when we run our reports and stuff, if something's off, we go back and we look at it thoroughly, and usually we find the issue where something wasn't put in or something was off. So, our
You have
shrinkage
no
has been
trouble
pretty
with
minimal.
People not writing down their information?
No, we haven't really had any issues. Mostly everybody's pretty cooperative with their fuel logs. Anytime they use their day tanks, that stuff is written down. And then at the beginning of the month, I put all that stuff in, and it usually comes out pretty good. So.
Good.
And Yeah, on the fuel side too, we've been pretty good. Price wise, it's actually been, they haven't been beating us up too bad. I mean, currently right now we're at 275 for diesel and 276 for gas, which I think that's pretty good considering how things are right now. So, and I've asked in the past with our fuel vendor, is there any way that you can kind of estimate what the pricing is going to be and that, going forward? And they said that they can only do maybe 2-3 days out. That's really about it.
And I always found that that's more into the experience of of the person who you're buying from.
Yes, sir.
I used to deal with some people that were pretty good at it, but the average person, they, look at the computer and see what it does.
Yeah. But
So Blake, though, looking at that line, 351, gas, oil and lubes,
yes, ma'am.
year to date through July, we spent 40,000, but we only projected 10,000.
So
Isn't that a problem?
The 10,000, that's just for my department. Everything gets put into that 331, and then at the beginning of the month, it gets charged back out to the different departments. So it year to date, it looks like it's higher, but once everything goes through, it'll get charged back out and
Okay.
it'll go back.
So 8,500 is realistic then?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and that's what that's what I projected based on what I've been using this year.
Okay.
It would be nice if you could come up with a number that showed everything that went through everything that you handle. Whether
Okay.
it's charged out or not, it's easier to do that than it is to go through the whole budget. Pick each thing out.
Yes, sir.
And
I planned on I planned on trying to come up with a better, because on estimating repairs for different departments, usually when it's a higher, like a higher price, I just call them, it's word of mouth, like, hey, it's going to be this much. But I'm going to try to come up with an estimate form that I can email them so they can have it on record and they can track their repair, track their cost a little better.
Like a quote.
Yes, just a quote.
so how many gallons of gas and diesel a year do you run through the system?
For fleet or for the,
everybody?
I don't have those numbers off the top of the head, but I can get that for you.
For the auditor's office.
Yeah.
We could run a report. You can run a report through the eco software.
Yes, ma'am.
The fuel software. But I believe we might even have an annual use of diesel
I think, yeah.
gallons. We prepare our office, or Melinda in our office prepares those journal entries every month, moving them back and forth.
Who do you currently buy from?
I buy from our, I can't pronounce the name. Yes. Yes, that's who I purchased from. Argandini or? Yeah. It used to be Sunoco, but now this company, they're based out of Laredo,
Okay.
but they have,
Sunoco used to be Susser before it was.
yes, sir.
But this at least shows what your department's expenses are.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think that's
Yes, ma'am.
better.
And that's only the really changes I have since our last meeting.
Cool.
Is there anything else you'll have for me?
Do any of your guys have to go out for outside training ever with different equipment we're getting, or how is that?
I try to take advantage of any of the free training that we have. Sometimes there are some vendor training and in the past, it's been put under line 425. There hasn't been any here so far, but anytime that something comes up, I try to work with my guys. I know everybody's schedule is crazy. But if they're interested, I definitely can get them into it. But
The reason I'm asking, I know the county got some new pieces of equipment, Road and Bridge did.
yes, sir. And, and I've come up in the mechanic world where I was taught by guys that have been there in a long time, and I've always appreciated what they've done. So anything that I know, I try to pass that knowledge on. And if I don't know it, I'm going to look it up. So, but vendor sponsor training wise, I try to take advantage of anything that comes our way. Especially because our industry is always changing, always changes. So there's always new stuff coming out.
Job, Blake.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Thank you.
Mike, you're next, but I gotta take a 5-minute break.
Oh.
All right. Having a great. Alrighty. And we're back. Good afternoon, Mike.
Howdy, I've had that pulled up, my my spreadsheet that got emailed to me.
Which one are we starting on?
I suppose airport.
201. While you're looking, I have a question for Colin then.
Okay.
And I think we kind of talked about this earlier in June, but we thought that the phone expenses were going to go down.
AT&T as of this month has finally processed that order.
Okay,
And so the next bill will be significantly lower for their data services. And going forward. That. will
so
become-
we could, do you think we could maybe decrease the 46,500? It's in there?
We could, I don't have the number off the top of my head of what that is.
But maybe when we look at these books next time?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely. bring
That'd
that
be great. Thank you, Colin.
Just whenever you get it, push it out to them and they can make the change.
Will do. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I've got it pulled up now. So the only thing that's changed since the last time I spoke with you about airport side is now we have a better idea of what we're saving on the insurance premium, $197,672 by taking the action that we took earlier in the year where we decided that we were going to uninsure the metal T hangars and some of the metal hangars at the airport for wind. Given that they're built back to a more stringent code now and their new structures, we know the wind load they can take is a lot more than we had with the previous hangars. So the only other question then is, we're gonna take and put that premium that we're saving here into an account, is that?
Our
we talked-
plan is to set up a building replacement fund with those funds. As I said earlier, we have not done that yet.
Yes.
Mainly because there's not additional funds in the airport to do that at this time. That is something that we would like to do before the end of the year to make sure that we have it in there.
So the savings of $197,000 basically goes to pay back what the airport is into the general fund for, right? Is that, I understand it?
Well, this would be the difference in what your insurance, your windstorm insurance would be versus not carrying the insurance on those buildings.
Well, I mean, but, okay, so.
Well, I mean, it does.
We're applying it for the old
Apply it
debt.
to what we, from the general, what the general fund is having to cover, yes.
Doing that would
Just moving it.
make you closer to,
Yes,
Yes,
exactly what we would be doing, yeah.
so what you're saying, that we're gonna take that difference because it's operating a deficit like right now, just over 100,000, right? So we would take that at the end of the year from general fund, use that to offset this deficit.
Well, no, what that is, it would be a new fund and it would be taking it from general fund to set up a separate fund. The airport would still have the deficit.
Okay.
Because this
Okay.
actually keeps it from being $200,000 or $300,000 deficit. It's making.
Management.
Mhm.
That's good, anytime that we can help ensure, with a reasonable assurance, other than acts of God, that, we're not exposed to a lot of outside influences and stuff like a truck going down the highway, in Oklahoma or someplace like that gets hit. And I always thought it's not, there's something, you don't want self-insure accidents on the job or anything like that.
No.
This right here makes a lot of sense.
All right.
That's all, that's the only thing that's changed since the last time we spoke. Any other questions on the airport side?
And were you in here when a couple of times it's been mentioned that all the step increases have been pulled out and will be decided at some?
I've
point in the
heard you
future?
say that, yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So, is it okay just to move to emergency management then?
Yeah.
Page 18.
That 250,000 last year that we did the match, where did that come out of?
ARPA.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't.
It was
Okay.
our.
Uh-huh. So that was the lighting grant?
Yes.
Yeah, lighting grant. Don't have anything like that coming up for 2025, thankfully.
So have you advertised the position, filling the position?
Yes. That went live last week, Wednesday, I think.
What was the question? I didn't hear it.
Which position?
Assistant EMC. Jen Bostic had to resign due to.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
New leadership at the COG decided it was a conflict, and so she had to resign.
Well, at least she got us through the first two
I agree.
tropical
She
storms.
did quite a lot in her short time with us, I'll tell you that. Over here, nothing has changed since the last time we spoke. Did you add the 15,000 in for the?
The budget has always remained as a full-time position in there. So we left the 62,000.
On the
So-
salary request tab, is what I was talking about.
Well, that's all included in this
Okay,
62,000. 120.
Okay,
So that the stipend for both you and the assistant EMC does fit well within the.
yeah, right. I just thought I didn't know if you wanted to list that, that title in there. Can I do that? Do you do that? How does that work? Because on the salary request, it just has the title of emergency management and then me, one employee. Do we-
I can do that.
I just think it makes it cleaner.
You gotta split that salary so it'd be, show who's getting what more or less.
I think it's more so just listing another position within the
What?
department.
Well, that's me to have two positions actually showing.
Because she's right, it doesn't even come close to the allotted salary, so.
So wouldn't be the other person be salaried part-time? Is that what, kind of what it was, or?
It does actually come out of the salary part-time. That's that year to date you'll see for 2024 is what
Just
we
need
have
to
paid that
split it up between the lines?
position. If you would like me to split it between the lines, I can.
I don't care, I know.
Keep it, yeah, keep it clean as it. Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me. Because I think we had agreed that the assistant at $15,000 at 15 or 20 hours a week ended up being around $20 an hour. There were times that Jen Bostic worked more than 15 hours in a week, obviously with Hurricane Beryl and Tropical Storm Alberto before that. So it wouldn't have been $15,000 by the end of the year. It probably would have been closer to 17 or 20. So, you know, it's good to have a little extra in there, but if you go to a hard and fast budget on it, you know, at some point you have to tell that part-timer no more hours this week. So, you know, just you'll be flexible. I'll keep that in mind when I'm allowing overtime, or not overtime, but additional hours in a specific week.
And then it can just be handled with the budget transfer at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
That's all I have on there. Thank you.
cool, thanks, Mike.
Yep.
Caitlin? Good afternoon.
So far, nothing's changed for me.
What page are you on?
54.
Can you hear me better?
Couldn't find my page a while ago, found it now.
I don't know if you had step increases in here, but like earlier, okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna zero those out and then courts can decide later.
Okay, no worries.
So last time they were gonna set up a court cost line and that's been set up.
It
right,
has.
with the
yes, ma'am.
10,000 in there.
Yes, ma'am. Right there.
And I was gonna ask about your overtime position at 124.
Yes,
So-
sir.
So it went from 13,000 to 15,000. Is that considering if there was gonna be, if we increasing salaries any, will that go up all from that 15,000 then? It'll need to,
Well, that depends on how much overtime.
They get, because it varies, because like one of my officers for her one on call almost had like 27 hours this last week because of how many
Yeah.
calls she was getting at nighttime.
well, because you're date, and that's the next question I had, because you're to date, you've got $13,000 already spent on overtime.
Yeah.
So that's, I was wondering if that 15,000 was gonna be enough. And then if you factor in maybe salaries later, we'll have
Right.
to.
Of course, right, with their step increases, the hourly rate would go up.
Right.
Yeah.
And
And with having, and still not having that fourth officer
That's-
consecutively is what kind of worries me. Cause it could potentially still go up, even though maybe not, cause we still have an on-call officer every week, so it should be still about the same. So it should still technically on the overtime be about the same, just a different person. And yes, they do get different pay depending on how long they've been here, but right now they're all pretty much new, so they're making about the same amount. So if we're already at 13,000 this year,
Not much left.
yeah, and so I just wasn't sure exactly how much to ask on that part of it. Cause it's my first year being director, so I wasn't sure exactly what
Well,
all.
I don't see your call outs going down any, I mean.
Not at night. It seems right now they're getting 10 times worse. The last 3 weeks have been pretty hectic for the girls.
Taking that to 20,000.
I'm sorry?
I think you'd be pretty safe in taking it to 20,000 because that's not very much of an increase. over-
Yeah, I mean, we would appreciate that. Just so that way it can be covered, cause I can't,
It'd be more realistic.
Yeah.
20,000.
Guys don't have to spend it.
right.
I'd say take it to 15 to 20. Because she's got a position that's still vacant right now, so you've got $13,028 in it. But I realize that part of that is because we do have the fourth position vacant. But I suspect that if you have the fourth position, we'd still have overtime.
Yes, sir.
I would suggest you take it.
Thank you.
They didn't agree yet.
No, that's fine.
No, I know, but I appreciate
say
even the
20.
thought is nice. So,
So think you ought to take it to 20. I didn't hear.
Yes,
I think leave it.
she put it
20.
on. Done. All right.
all right, thank y'all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Caitlin.
And Miss Smith, morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say. I know we have one position that we had asked for a step increase, so I understand that's gonna be dealt with later. But our other three are not positions that, I guess, that have step increases.
What page is her on?
58.
58. All right, passed it. Yes, we're zeroing out all steps. We'll deal with that later.
Okay, so all increases or all, just the ones that are steps?
All increase.
All increases.
Okay.
All increases.
Gotcha. Then I think everything else is the same.
Yeah.
You had $3,000, $3,067 in it last year. Is there any reason that gas price being a little bit higher that you're gonna be you're gonna be some $200 lower? Or do you think that needs to go up to like maybe 39?
Yes, it's
Last year at this time, we were looking at $3.17 or something like that, and now we're looking at closer to $4. That's almost 25% increase.
Which ones are you talking about?
He's talking about gas.
Gasoline you're
Gas is
talking
not
about,
$4.
gas, oil and lubricants? Well, we had asked for 3,000, I believe.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's probably a good estimate.
You're saying,
Yeah.
okay.
Fine.
They have something I want to bring up. It's not really a budget item, but when we were looking at what we're gonna do.
Oh.
Whoa.
Because of
Saved.
the courthouse and stuff, and we were looking around at locations.
Yes.
I don't know what anybody else thinks, but I think over time, we need to look for another location for the gardens at what was Green Acres.
Oh,
Because that's a possibility of a place that we could enlarge the maintenance department.
mhm.
Or you talking about the community gardens that are there right
The
now?
ones that are right there where their old office was. I mean,
Yeah, the community
we could
garden.
find someplace else to relocate them to, not right this minute, but over time. Their utilities and things, just like when we were looking at putting courtrooms down on that spot and the money we were gonna spend to do it. There are utilities and things available at that property, and I just think. You know, we can probably find another garden spot to redo it.
Okay.
or We would have that available if we needed it for something else.
Mhm.
Does that go through your office?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that's completely operated by my office, by me. It's at the corner
Where
of
their old office
Ann
was.
and,
Across from Scotty's. Life.
Mimosa?
yeah,
Oh,
Mimosa.
But, and I'm not suggesting we go out and do it tomorrow, but
Mhm.
I think we should start looking where we can have that piece of property available if we need. You know, like I say, the maintenance department needs a bigger, you know, the elections building is made where you can actually add on to the end of it and extend it. And there are already utilities there, so that's.
Yeah.
Are you
place.
thinking maybe in the next year then, or
I would
next
think
6
so. I
months?
mean, just-
Okay,
I'd just say start looking around and
okay.
I don't know how often they replant stuff anyway.
Twice a year usually. We're
Yeah.
just getting ready to replant now and then, so 6 months, you know,
Yeah, so that
Work
would
out.
be my suggestion with it.
okay.
It's actually a good idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if the gardeners will like it, but it's actually a good idea. for the
Well, I
county.
think we can find, we probably even own other properties that they could look at using.
Okay.
Hey, you got the word. You have the word that you were gonna be next, okay?
All right.
That's it?
Yep,
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks,
thank you.
Ginger.
David? Daryl? You ready, Daryl? Come on up.
Come on, man.
Come on
Just
up,
gonna
Daryl.
throw you to the fire and put you up there. You know, you might not know it, but you might not know it, but he's probably already blaming stuff on you, Darryl.
You talking to me or Daryl? He'll have his chance to blame everything on me.
And David, just to let you know, because I'm not sure if it was discussed while you were in here this morning, but any proposed step increases are going to be removed right now and then discussed later.
Okay.
Okay? 'Cause you'd put some in, I just wanted you to.
I did put some in and I cut a lot of stuff out since, this morning. So did y'all get new numbers?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
sorry,
And I don't know, where am I?
I didn't look at him.
Road and Bridge, page 68. Can you see that number?
How much? Yes. Yes.
What are you not gonna do?
Well, so we are finishing up $40 million of street and drainage work with CDBGDR. So we've not doing some things that we would have been doing because they're already done. We're not going to skip ahead and we're going to do more work that doesn't include buying materials. So we'll do more drainage work, things like that, where we're just dealing with manpower and not materials. So we're able to cut a big chunk out of materials.
What does this do for you next year whenever you gotta add it back on and it shows a 25% increase?
Well, that's not.
Daryl will be here doing a song and dance routine.
I'm having some vision problems. I can't see past December. So
December 31st is a blinding thing, isn't it?
it is. And, I don't know. Whenever Daryl's ready for me to go, I'll leave. Yeah. So anyway, any questions or?
You didn't see any big needs for major equipment replacements next year, right?
Well,
Or-
I've told the fleet that they need to fix things instead of getting new things and.
Oh, now that you're leaving?
Now that I'm leaving, but
You got them a bunch of new stuff.
Yeah,
You
you
Work
got
on
'em
what's
a bunch
old
of new stuff.
for a while until
yeah,
you build the fund back up.
we still have one piece of equipment that's really old. And it's gonna be really expensive to buy. It's probably 500,000
Oh, man.
at Bomag.
What is it?
It's
like
a
a big
Bomag recycler for pavements. So we're not gonna do that kind of work next year. And
Do we want to put like, you think it lasts like 3 years or 4 years?
the Bomag that we have, if you'd asked me that,
It was old 20
10 years ago, I said, yeah.
Is that something where we need to take part of this and put it in the fund to start for replacement fund for them?
I think if there's available money somewhere, it would be good to put it into a fund that we
It's
could buy.
gonna go into.
Yeah. If it will go in, anything I don't spend, we're going to go, it'll go in a reserve and at some point we can get that done. I also have high expectations that we're not going to spend everything that was in this year's budget, although we were, underfunded to begin with, and I don't know what that difference is going to be, but it is what it is. But
So are we just looking at road and bridge now, or are you encompassing flood control in there? Or?
same thing for both, really. Although road and bridge is the one that really has big ticket items in it. I mean, we're trimming a little everywhere.
Just to clarify for myself, I guess we've got, I'm gonna call it the waterway fund. There's,
That's like Go Mesa.
that's strictly Go Mesa.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Restricted on what you can use.
Okay, that's what I want
Yeah.
to make sure.
But is it all of Gomez then?
It is all. At one point, we were putting some hotel motel money in there too, but it was all still for coastal areas and because of the fund building up so much, we felt like we could leave that money in hotel motel and use it
So-
for that.
David, we might could use that money for that place on Edgar Allen Road. We could fund that from Gomesa, shoreline stabilization,
What dollar amount are you looking at?
however much you got to spare.
Well, at the moment.
So, and as we discussed, the problems are still on private property
Yeah,
right
a
now.
lot of it's on, most of it's on.
And if you wanted to spend money or get a grant for something that would help, something like breakwaters. And, I don't know what that costs, but a lot, probably millions. But it's not a bad thing to do. I mean, it's worth at least having in our mitigation plan. And then if there is a grant that comes up for it, it'd be worth. But the one area that's so bad where that house is, they're going to move the house. And that is all private property.
They have a big problem.
Yeah, they do have a problem.
Yeah, is it, I think I saw what you were talking about, is that house on what would be on the west side? Is that the one they're talking about getting rid of? Is it on the west side?
It's
No, it's on the
north side. Yeah,
North side of the road,
yeah, and it's kind of on a bluff, and it has had quite a bit of erosion on that bluff.
Because the reason I asked that is I had somebody, I was just in conversation with them, said that they wanted to, it was in a state of, may not be the same property, but the reason I asked that is they thought they could, get it for cheap. And that might be something we're long term, we might look at, some sort of outlet that would, if you buy that property, then you could handle a lot of drainage. I think that'd be a good spot.
This is not the same spot you're thinking of. I mean, this is a property that won't do anything but a roadway, and unless somebody does something to stop it.
Yeah, that's some of the highest property on that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. I mean,
Just
it's
a matter of the property owner. Most of the other property owners have bulkheaded and those people haven't.
yeah, it's about, I don't know, 10, 15 feet above the water at that point. Does that sound right?
It's way more than that.
Okay.
The road right there where we have all the riprap, it's probably 10 feet above.
Yeah, this is a little
That's
further.
probably 25 feet elevation, maybe more.
Maybe. But anyway, it's a problem for
But something
a
like
grant.
that, we could use so would qualify. Maybe we find a grant, we have to match, we could use that, some of that fund.
We are additionally, if, once the Shell Ridge and Lamar Beach Road stabilization, the grants go through, we've got some pretty significant matches on those, and we were anticipating using some of the Go Mesa for
Yeah.
that match too. It'll be well over $1 million for each one of those.
I had a question about, it was on page 66, I guess, it's about culverts. And I know we don't install culverts for the public. Was that a expense? It's item 730? Is that like culverts we installed in the county for the county itself, or?
Yes.
Okay, it's not public at all, because.
Well, it could be. When we're cleaning out ditches and we run across those 12-inch pipe, which is below our minimum pipe size now, we'll replace it with 15 at our cost.
We're doing upgrades, not doing anything for public.
Well,
I mean,
right,
like if
it's-
someone says, I've got a new driveway, just to be clarified. we're
Right.
not-
This is not for new driveways. This is for, we're doing that ditch as a project and we're causing an issue. We're going to have to replace that 12-inch with a 15-inch.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. We've been doing that for years.
I just wanted to make sure that's what that
Yeah.
was.
Right.
All right. Cool, gentlemen, thank you.
I feel like we were
Thank
too
you.
easy on Daryl.
Yeah.
We didn't.
Stand up.
Oh, you'll get it.
Yes, sure. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Can we take a real short?
Yes, we'll take a real short
Hey,
break.
David, real quick.
Are we missing anybody besides Joe?
Me? Y'all had no changes from the last time?
Yeah, we had no changes from last year, other than a little bit of salary stuff. There's
Okay.
no changes.
Well, then we'll go, what page am I on?
15.
Do you still show?
I'm here.
You gotta be here anyway.
You're gonna be no matter what.
Cause it should go down.
So on the county judge commissioners court. I have no change since first time. There is a increase of 10,000. It's a net percent change of 2.23%. Are my raises in this? Cause I didn't ask for any raises. Okay, so there's no raises in that.
The salary went up for 2025 versus 20.
It's because of giving the step increase after last year's or after 24's budget was proposed.
Adopted.
Adopted. yes.
Oh, okay. So that's like
So it's
Tracy?
not a salary increase, it's being proposed for 2025.
No, ma'am,
Okay.
it's a step increase that was given to his employee after 24's budget was adopted. Cause it does, the increase rolls into 2024 year, since it was done in
That's,
2023.
it'd be on that list that she gave you that
Yeah.
I asked for the numbers on.
right.
Okay.
Conferences and dues, I put an extra 1,500 in there because we might have, just in case, if we have a change in the court, I'll have to train another person. And then just office equipment. And I believe that's for Tracy or a desk. That's probably a desk for Emily.
Would Renee's department go to desk for her?
I don't know.
Okay.
She's gonna get an office. So that space where that shows two people, it's not big enough for two people.
I don't
With
know
their,
what
with the,
space you-
okay, it right in front of my office, but
Coffee room.
we can do that. We could
Across the
change it.
street. Across the street or? in
No, at the
here?
new courthouse.
Oh, yeah, I thought we were talking about, okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't she have a desk?
Those desks won't fit in the new space.
Yeah. It's
You
too
won't go
big.
through the door?
It's too big.
You might just need to go change the tags on the doors.
No, it's not going through the doors. It's too big for that area. The whole setup.
Okay.
Tracy's there getting new furniture for, but I thought Emily's was gonna fit in there. It's not.
I can't remember.
I know
what it
Tracy's,
was.
we ordered new furniture, Elle ordered new furniture with the furniture for. the
Oh, she did.
courtrooms and
Then
stuff.
that's what this is for. That's for Tracy's.
No, sir.
Okay.
No.
All
Because we
right.
didn't budget any of that in here because it's getting paid through that tribal funds that we have.
Oh,
So it's not in this.
well, let me.
It may be some other, something that you needed for maybe tables that you needed for,
I can't remember. Somebody told me what, yeah.
I'm not sure.
So tentatively, I could take it off. I'm gonna follow up with Tracy and Emily, and if anything, I could take that $3,500 off. And then what's the other one?
Page 19.
This one's
Departmental.
You probably need about 10,000 for the commissioner's office. That's the first time they ever had one.
Maybe that.
That's,
Yeah,
maybe
so
that's-
far they haven't pulled the name off.
that may have been what it was for.
I thought
Those-
we were gonna take that office and use it for somebody else's. work.
That's what I
I'm sure
thought.
They probably will. That's what I told them to do with my. Yeah.
For the end of the
I mean,
year.
if you don't have, you won't have anything, I'm not gonna put my personal computer over there or anything, so why would I wanna be over there?
Well, it might be a nice place to meet with people when they say, well, I'll meet you in your office. It's like, my office is in my house and my dogs won't like that.
All right,
So non-departmental.
non-departmental. I had a little increase in there. So because we are still involved in lawsuits, we increased the attorneys to 500,000, an increase of 250,000. And that's where mostly all that's from. What's chapter 381 payments again? That's the Pearl Point or?
Yeah.
Yes.
I guess I don't understand, because I wrote down that that was the Pearl Point issue, but how are we paying them? I thought what they did was they paid taxes and they get reimbursed a portion in a descending for 10 years.
Yes, but that's what this is. It's recording it as an expense instead of us taking it out of our tax revenue. We record it as an expense, reimbursing them for that. And that is how the outside auditors want it.
$4.99.
Because I was taking it out of revenue and
$4.99.
they made a journal entry and changed it to expense it.
And so even though the percent that they're getting reimbursed is going down every year, is it not? Isn't it going down by 10% every year?
Mhm.
The amount that's being shown here is going up.
The value,
If
hopefully the
if
value of
value
their
of the
appraisal
property
is
goes
going
up,
up.
then we have that. And I just now may be able to see them. I'll look at it today and see if tomorrow when we meet, if I have a better idea.
But have you looked and see what their appraisal for this year is?
I have not, since they just finished. They
I mean,
probably don't
they
even
should
have
have
it online
substantially
yet.
raised it. And
They should have
as it raises,
substantially
the part
raised
that
it for the
we'll
last
have
few
to-
years.
But I don't know if they
Okay.
have that available online yet.
Yeah, as
I
it
will
goes
look
up, the part we have to get will raise, but the part that we get to keep will raise
Right,
also.
no, I understand. I just know that the appraisal district was really dragging its feet on giving a more accurate appraisal on their property, so, okay.
You know,
Thank you
when
for
when we
the
were at conference at one of them, they said something about that the legislature had given some exemptions to, I thought they said apartments, and I was just kind of curious if they had some kind of an exemption that we didn't know about.
I haven't seen it on their appraisal stuff, because those exemptions will show up. If it's
Yeah,
through the
you would
tax
think it
office.
should be on there if they lowered the valuation because of some,
Mhm.
because, I mean, they stood right here and said they stole it for $30 million or something.
I think it was 40.
43 million.
It's only,
And
it was only on there for 12 and a half last year.
Yeah,
And that was the first one. That was the Pearl Point.
yeah.
Phase 1. Phase 2 was still not even half of the value of 1 last year.
But yeah, the increase in non-departmental, mostly it's attorney fees, and we got a budget for that. Because it looks like we've already overshot about 76,000.
Yeah.
And
And we're not done
we're
yet.
not
We're
done
not done.
yet.
And that's it. Misty?
I have made a few changes. I worked on this again this weekend. I brought down, well, and the increase is at $60,000 for 12 months for storage of the documents and books that CoFile has. The moment we move into the new courthouse, that will go away. One of the things that I discovered is the Al Johnson building. We had budgeted $1,000 a month. But what I didn't realize last year is that I also pay half of the electric bill. 10, and I went through that, and it's roughly $200 per month. Sometimes it's a little more, sometimes it's a little less. So I did increase that by $200 per month.
And are you talking about sub-account 422 rents and leases?
Yes,
Okay,
sorry. And like was said earlier, Renee, Ellen, and I met over there. Come Wednesday, the second part of the mold that's going up to Dallas is going to be removed. With that leaving, I'm gonna have more empty space. That's when I talked to Renee and Elle about removing those lower bookshelves that used to be in the county clerk's office to scrap for metal. That's gonna free up about 550 square feet that I've been using for other people to use for storage of furniture that doesn't fit in our temporary locations and things like that. With that being said, whoever stores stuff there, I think should start accepting part of that bill. So maybe mine could go down a little bit. But I don't know what all is going to be put in there at this time.
And that would be in this budget year anyway, not next year.
Well, and if we're in by January,
But you won't be using the storage space in 2025 there. You don't.
only if we are in the new building. If we're not in the new courthouse, I will continue have to pay that.
All right.
Well, and there was some been mentioned with where the stuff we're talking about leasing and where the arcade was, that possibly after we move into the new courthouse, maybe we'll keep that for storage.
I can tell
Maybe
you,
it would be
I've
better.
toured that. It's in significantly better shape as far as humidity control, moisture in the air, all of that, significantly above what the Al Johnson building is.
Well, that's good news.
The next big thing for me is furniture, which is 124,03,570. I had asked for 8 shelving units for storage in my office. In the new building, I'm cutting that down to 4. If in the following year I need 4 more, we will do 4 more. We'll do what we have to do in the interim. The other main thing is I did get towards the end of May, and I forgot to change it on my budget when I presented it in June. The high density rolling shelves, they have estimated what we need to start. If I had done the full space that was allotted in that office, it was going to be roughly $100,000. We've got that down to 36,000 with going, I think it was called TIPS, which is a buy board type system, and only doing what we absolutely need to start.
But on the budget sheet I have, I show 7,000 for office furniture and equipment for 2025. So what are you saying?
I think she's talking about 2024.
No, well, 2025, that was the 66.2 I told you about this morning.
Was for 2024.
Oh, 2024 was listed 130,000
Right?
for furniture. That was because we thought we would be in the new
Okay,
building.
I'm just saying, what are we looking at for 2025? Because I'm looking at $7,000
And
for furniture and equipment.
She's on page 16.
that's not correct.
That's what you gave me.
66,000.
No, that, the 66,000 you wrote down was on 2024, Paula.
I meant that to be 2025, sorry.
Okay.
I might have said 2024 this morning.
So then the correct amount that should be in line
So-
item 570, office furniture and equipment for 2025 is what figure?
66,200. Instead of the 130. And the reason we had 130 in last year was because of expecting high density shelves and all of that in there.
Okay. Because I had circled that with a question, is
Yeah.
this
That's the
number
same
correct?
question mark, right, also.
So
Nah.
Misty, with that said, then you're saying also in 2024, you're not expecting to spend that full 130?
No.
Okay.
Might I need some furniture when we move? I don't know. I don't know what space we're going to. I don't know what size it is. I don't know what I can adjust that I have. And I won't know that till I know where I'm going and measure it.
Okay.
It's IKEA
At
on
least
the
we-
buy board.
At least we know what we're looking at for 2025 right here.
And do you want to go to collections or to the funds?
Collection.
Collections.
What page is that?
Is
Maybe 27.
27.
I've increased postage because postage is costing more. I increased by $200, mainly due to having a few things that we're gonna have to buy when we move, some stamps and a few things with our new address and just minor things, but it's a cost. And that's it for maintenance agreements. In October of 25. The CLEAR, which is our investigative piece that we use for affidavits of indigence to help find our clients that are supposed to be paying and aren't. That is going to go up, I think it was about $80 a month. I don't have that exact figure in front of me. Yeah. So there'll be 3 months of a higher rate of that. So that's what that is for. And those are the only increases. Any questions there? I did put y'all a packet on your desk right after the regular meeting today. All of this is in there. The records management, right now, our current balance is 229.
Are we going to 95 now? No, that's records archive fee.
Well,
Yeah.
they're
Page
almost
95.
used in conjunction of each other for the projects I have them right now. Right now, the 350, is that the one you've pulled up?
Which page?
95.
95.
Okay.
The current balance in that fund is 122,168.25. This is what the Eagle gets paid from, the Tyler Eagle, which is our OPR software every year, which is just under $40,000. And it is also what we are paying our CoFile project that we still have 3 years to pay. And each one of those payments is $201,968.64. We are fully funded for this year. I am not sure we'll be fully funded next year. And as I've stated before, if we do not have that full amount when it comes time to make that payment, they adjust what they do for that remainder of that year. And then we may end up having an additional year that we pay, but we will pay what we have available out of those funds.
It won't fall back on the general fund.
It does not fall back on the general fund. It's not allowed to.
So if they have 90,000 and we have 90,000 available, they're gonna use that next year. If it's 75,000, they'll take the 75,000.
Yep.
Do that much work.
Yep. They just adjust the work with what we have. I don't like it, don't love it, but I don't know what to do about it. I will say, there was a change in fees this year. It hasn't been as big a drop as I expected. It's probably about 2,000 to 3,000 per month less than we brought in last year. One of our saving graces, and what hasn't been more than it is DMVs in our large cities are booking 6-9 months out. So people are coming down here to get their driver's license renewed, and they don't bring their birth certificates with them. And so Aransas Pass sends them over to us, and we are selling a lot more birth certificates than we ever have, thank God. Otherwise, I don't know what we would do. So there's a bonus there.
Are you back to where you can issue them from anywhere that?
Yes, as long as you're born in Texas and the state has that record on file, yes. We clear roughly $200 per day in selling birth certificates. It's not an insignificant amount. If you do that every single day, it adds up.
All right.
Any further questions?
Tana, you could go back to the commissioner's court and take off that 3,500.
So are they, well, this is something, go ahead and do yours. I just had a question about. Maybe think.
I'm good. That's it for me.
So is L or somebody keeping track of, like you said, Tracy and their desk won't fit in their space
Ellis.
at the new courthouse? So you're looking at where they can be used?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's a lot of desks already.
In our
Yeah.
office, we've been keeping a list of everything that somebody's not going to use and is available and who wants it. So people are putting names on it.
We might have to do a lottery or something, or take bids.
Look under a lot of these tables, they have little stickers with names.
We might come through here on some Saturday and jerk them all
And they're all
off.
gone.
Mess with them a little bit.
Take notes.
Is that it then?
That's it.
The
So do
only
we
one
meet
we did
tomorrow for
not see
anything, or-
today is Judge Dupnick
And Ruben.
and Ruben.
Ruben.
And who?
Ruben's
Ruben.
is easy.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
I
think
mean,
Ruben.
Judge
had any
Dupnick, was there any big, she normally doesn't have any big change?
No, sir.
Think she just put in step increase.
So Judge, we don't meet tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow,
Yeah.
In salary. I don't know. if
I'm
y'all
sorry?
ready. Tomorrow, we have tomorrow set up as a workshop also. So we have not done salaries, discussing any of that. I don't know if you all are prepared to do that tomorrow or not. We also have the tax rates. We need to put it on the agenda for Monday, the 12th, to propose a tax rate. So we need to look at those and get an idea of where y'all want to be. That will also affect what we've got available in the budget. So I don't know if y'all are prepared to do it, if you don't want to do it
Pretty
tomorrow.
fast pace this year. I mean, we usually kind of.
We're not any
Those
faster
get
than
along.
usual.
so tomorrow we'll come in and she's gonna discuss the different tax rates.
10 a.m. tomorrow in the JP courtroom.
And it has to be a 10 because that was what's posted, right? Because that's conflict with the Pathways meeting.
It was, oh, no, I believe it was a conflict with court. JP was having. court.
No, I mean, for me, it's conflict with the Pathways. I mean, I'll be here, but I hate to miss the meetings.
All right.
Need a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Commissioner Cheney, Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Hi. Thank you.